Meeting to order. That's good to see everybody tonight. It looks like we beat the rain getting in here anyway. We'll see how it goes when we get out. So I'll call the meeting of Tuesday, September 20th, meeting of the Temple Terrace Community Redevelopment Agency to order. First item is approval of the minutes from September 6th.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any motion to second? Any adjustments to the minutes? If none, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No nays. The minutes are approved. Next item is approval of the Temple Terrace CRA meeting dates for fiscal year 22-23. And our business relation manager, Greg Pauley, will explain.
Good evening, everyone. Greg Pauley, Business Relations Manager. I'm going to keep this very brief because there's other people more important to present to you tonight. I simply have to solicit your approval for the upcoming year required meetings. The dates that I've chosen for your consideration are consistent with our previous actions, and that is we usually try to set our regular quarterly meetings at the second, just before the second council meeting of the second month of each calendar quarter. So if I could please get the slideshow brought up. I have those here for you to consider. Tuesday, November the 15th, Tuesday, February 21st, Tuesday, May 16th, and Tuesday, August 15th. And again, I'm sorry, I think I said the 15th there. It's May 16th. These are consistent with that same scheduling routine that we've used in the past. The only difference is here, for our traditional meetings, we have moved it to 5:30, but obviously for meetings that require more time, we would ask that you allow us to publish those starting at 5 o'clock if we do need more time.
Thank you, Mr. Pauley. Are those dates a problem for anybody? Any discussion on the dates? Is there a motion to approve the proposed dates?
Move to approve the dates as proposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No nays. Those dates will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a resolution approving fiscal year 22-23 Temple Terrace Redevelopment Agency annual budget. Interim Finance Director Jim Ingram is here to explain. Welcome, Jim.
Good evening, Mayor Ross, City Council, Board.
Mike, could you close that door for us, please? Thank you.
It is recommended that the Board of Directors solicit public comment and subsequently adopt the resolution approving the annual budget of the Temple Terrace Redevelopment Agency for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. When the Temple Terrace City Council adopted its findings for the creation of a redevelopment district, the City Council designated itself as the Board of Directors for the newly created Temple Terrace Redevelopment Agency, TTRA. As such, the TTRA exists as a dependent special district operating under the restrictions of Chapter 163, Part 2 of the Florida statutes. The Board of Directors of the Temple Terrace Redevelopment Agency should take action this month to adopt its budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. In keeping with past practices and the requirements of Florida law, the TTRA budget was posted as part of the city's proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 budget document. The content of the budget reflects the policy direction provided by the City Council in its tentative budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. As has been done in years past, this year there was no need to amend the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget because all of the revenue from ad valorem contributions and the transfer from general fund was used to pay a portion of the debt service for the redevelopment debt service. There were no other expenditures out of this fund as of the date of this memo. The The TTRA will receive its tax increment funding from Hillsborough County, the Tampa Port Authority, and the City of Temple Terrace. Tax increment proceeds are estimated in the amount of $905,810. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this? Seeing none. Council members, questions for Mr. Ingram? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the budget?
I move to approve the budget.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No nays. Budget is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Next item is a summary of proposals for the community redevelopment area properties. Misters Odom and Worthman are here. Good evening, sirs.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
It's good to see you.
No, it's good to see you guys. It's been a while, but we've been hard at work trying to get work out some of our action plan for you guys. I wanted to start a little bit. Colonel Worthman's going to be going through the proposals, two proposals that we have tonight. But I'd like to start with this because this is sort of sets the table for I believe what's coming. On this first page, what you'll see is interest rates on the 10-year Treasury, U.S. Treasury, and the 10-year, 2-year and 10-year. Anybody who's ever owned any CDs before, bought CDs before from a bank, know that normally when you go to a bank, you buy a 1 year, it's 1%. You buy a 2-year CD, it's 2%, and usually the out you go, the higher the rate gets. Well, you'll notice there's something kind of wacky about this. And obviously, the environment has changed quite a bit since when we started. This is what's referred to as an inverse curve. Yield curve. It tends to be a fairly decent predictor of a slowdown. What we don't know is that Florida, how bad it was going to end up being for Florida. But we've already started to notice anecdotally, as well as other data that's coming out, that things are starting to slow. We're still. For us, sales are still robust, but we're starting to cough up some deals now because the interest rate doesn't make sense anymore. So I want to try to paint a little picture of what's going on because I still think the timing is good, but obviously the future is going to be somewhat cloudy. Our forecast is for a continued decrease in vacancies, which is a good thing if you're an owner of retail properties through the second quarter of 2023, and then we're expecting to see that flip around pretty dramatically into the third quarter of 2023. The second page here gives you a little bit idea of the spread of what's been going on over the past year, and right now there's a 41 basis point difference between the 2-year and the 10-year, and what you're seeing now are if you're an investor, you're wanting to move to the shorter term. So the banks do too. The banks that can earn a higher return on the shorter rather than going longer. So you're starting to see some retraction in some of the banks pulling their horns in a little bit of the developers. It's not bad right now. I'm just letting you know the future is starting to become a little bit murkier when we look out a year in advance. So I think it's important information when we're discussing tonight because it might be dramatically different 6 months from now or a year from now if we're still having discussions about these properties. So, Colonel, you ready to? Do you have any questions for me before I sit down?
Council members, any questions? No?
Okay,
Very good. Thank you.
Colonel.
Welcome, Colonel. Pleasure to see you.
Mayor, council members, great to be back in front of you. I'm going to talk just briefly about the vetting process that we used. So the first thing we looked at is concept. We wanted to ensure the project was in line with the city vision, the land development code, and your redevelopment plan. So that's what we did as far as the concept goes. On the buyer, we wanted to make sure the buyer was legitimate, had the monies to fund the project. We also looked at the purchase offer that was within the target window of the listing price, that the due diligence met the city guidelines of 90 to 120 days, and the project could be completed within 24 months. The next thing we looked at is the developer. Did the developer have the experience in completing the same type of project that he had success in the past doing that? And the last thing we did was we looked at the primary end user. If we needed an end user, was it identified going in before going in under contract? And if required additional end users, that they could be identified prior to the end of the due diligence period. Now, the two we're going to talk about tonight are we're going to talk first about 8447, which is the one that is the L shape with the old Indian restaurant on it. The second one we're going to talk about is 8901, which is just down to the south of the fountain shops. Now, as far as 8447 goes, we've had it, it was listed on the 6th of July for about 75 days on the market. There's about 41,000 views of it. We got 9 legitimate leads. Out of those 9 leads, we had 5 hard offers. And after the vetting process, we were down to 1, and that's what we're going to have here tonight. As far as 8901 goes, it was listed on the 14th of June, so about 97 days on the market. Had about 45,000 views. We had 19 leads that we ran down, and out of those 19, we had 5 hard offers, and then from the vetting process, we narrowed down to 1, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight.
Colonel,
The-
can I ask you, I hate to
Go ahead,
interrupt
go
the
ahead.
flow, but
No,
can
sure.
I ask a question on this before I lose
Sure.
mine? When we go from 5 to the 1, is that vetting process done in conjunction with staff? What's that, is that how that works? Okay.
You want to go ahead, please?
I don't mean to throw you off, before we leave this,
Yes, sir. What you would consider a true viable buyer, the colonel brings them to, in this case, the city manager and myself. And in many cases, we conduct either face-to-face meetings with the potential buyers or Zoom meetings with the potential buyers. And it's from those meetings and from those discussions that they are then given additional information regarding land use requirements, the actual building architectural requirements for the area, and so on and so forth. Now, from that, you will see some of those buyers maybe take their project to other markets. Some of those buyers will stay interested in our projects here. The Colonel and Mr. Odom then step into the second phase of that vetting where they're looking at the true viability. Does this builder have experience building what they want to build or what they say they can build? And do they have the financial capacity to make it happen? And that's where I'm going to turn it back over to the Colonel because that's exactly what he has been doing for the last couple of months.
okay, that's good enough for now. If there's further questions, we'll come back to that, but that's what I was.
And remember, Mr. Mayor, we had the 30-day public notice out there too, and they had to meet all those requirements that are in the notice, and that's what they did before the deadline, which was ended on the 6th of September.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption.
So I'm going to go, if we could have that slide with 8447 on it first. The next slide, please. Oh, do I have to do this? I knew it.
Nope, we got it right here. There you go.
Okay. Let me just get mine out. So the first one we're looking at is 8447. That was on, as I mentioned, the L-shaped parcel, 1.74 acres. And the buyer that we have is Sue Hale. He is a local Temple Terrace businessman. Some of you may know him or not. And his concept is basically to put a hotel on that land and also put retail fronting 56th Street. As I mentioned in the vetting process, we had to make sure that it met with land development code and redevelopment plan, and it did. And so that was one of the things that they needed to have happen. So his proposal was, his purchase price was $1 million, which was the full purchase price that that you approved, with an initial deposit of $25,000. And then you see the closing costs on there as well, the commissions, and that the estimated value, tax value of that project after it's completed would be about $12 million. So the ad valorem came out to about $228,000. You know that it's about 0.38 to the city So about $77,000 is what you'd come out of that ad valorem taxes. The inspection period was 120 days due diligence. Closing period was 30 days after the due diligence. And then the proposed use should be retail or hotel. They'll explain their concept in more detail. Just a brief overview is that they're looking at a hotel, maybe some restaurant, maybe a rooftop bar is what they're looking at. We know that their requirements is to keep it 6 levels or below. So that's basically their concept. And then they would time to complete is 24 months. Do you have any questions?
Council members, questions at this point? Don't see any, Colonel, thank you.
Okay. All right. The next bid was on 8901, like I said, down from the Fountain Shops. And the buyer is Streamland Development Partners. They're out of Birmingham, Alabama. They're here, seated here as well. They're a real estate development company focusing on retail and restaurant. I know you've seen their slides, so you have a little idea of who they are. Their concept is they have the initial end user, which is a Chipotle, on part of that site, and then the other end user, second end user is to be determined, and they're looking at a lot of end users here, local end users, possibly brewery, restaurant, retail type of thing. And I'm sure they'll be able to expound a little bit on that, and you have your questions. The purchase price, it was, if you remember, we agreed upon $2 million. Their purchase price came in at $1.8 million. Initial deposit $25,000. You see the closing costs, commissions. The ad valorem, it was based on a projected assessment at the end of the project of $4.5 million with the entire project. So their projected ad valorem was $85,000, and then yours would be about $29,000, if I remember correctly, 0.38%. The inspection period, again, followed as the other one did, 120 days due diligence. They do have some clause, and they'll be able to speak to it, where they have an additional time in there, and they'll pay additional monies, because finding the second end user, sometimes it's challenging in this environment. But I think that they said that they could make it happen within the 120 days. Closing period is 30 days from after the due diligence period. The proposed product use obviously is retail and restaurant, and the time to complete is 24 months. Any questions?
So, Colonel, their initial proposal would only use part of the property, that would only include one portion of the property, and then in the future, they would develop the rest.
But they're going to have to come up with a second end user. The other thing for the city to know is that the city will have right of first refusal, which means that they come in with an end user, you don't like that end user, they're not going to put that end user in there, the second end user. But this is what they do for a living. They build a suit. So they'll be able to bring that end user in, build a suit, lease it out on the second part of that land. They do have the initial one, as you know, Mayor, which is Chipotle, and then we're talking about the second one. But again, the first, and that will be in the contract, the first right to refusal. Because you don't want anybody in there. And you want to make sure this is the vision of the city.
Thank you. Council members, other questions?
I do have a question. What is the percentage of the Chipotle portion?
Well, the way I look at it, it's probably, from what they told me, they'll explain in more detail. I think you're looking at 1.75 acres. I think you're looking at 0.75 acres or so, give or take. It leaves about 5,000 square feet there on the second portion of the parcel. And we're all working together to find that second end user now. We've been working it since day one, really.
Okay, thank you.
Council members, other questions? Mr. Pauly, what do you need from us now? You need us to vote to present these in detail to the council?
Yes, sir, that is exactly correct. If the CRA board finds these summaries acceptable to move forward, I would ask that a motion be brought forward and this board vote on that motion to advance these proposals to be heard and considered by the city council tonight.
Okay. The only thing I might point out, council members, is if the council's of a mind to not present either of these, that we really haven't heard the entire proposal. So I would, if that's the council's choosing, I think in fairness to everybody, that we should give them an opportunity to present their whole proposal, not just a short synopsis that we've heard so far.
I have no problem with
Okay,
that.
so,
My only concern, how is this advertised for public review?
well,
That-
I don't know, because I don't get involved in the advertisement. It's a public meeting, and
Something that can be brought up in the meeting, or do we have to come back at another time?
It was on the webpage and it was on the front page and the board in the lobby.
Okay, good, okay.
so it would be appropriate at this time for the redevelopment agency to make a motion to,
Move to advance the two proposals to review by the, by the full city council.
Second.
motion and a second. Discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No nays? We look forward to hearing the details shortly. And for those of you who are patiently here, we've done this a few different ways over the years, and we've, although we're making you sit for a long period of time, we really are trying to avoid you having to go through this whole thing twice. We've had this happen before, where you give us the whole spiel and we ask questions and everything, and then we do it again, an hour and a half later. So, relax, you're welcome. Appreciate your patience with that, but, we really don't know a better way to do it, and I know it takes a lot of your time, but at least you're not up here doing the same presentation twice. Is there other business?
No, sir, that is all the business I have for you tonight. Thank
Agency
you.
members, or is there other business for us to conduct?
No, sir.
If not, we'll be adjourned. See you. Brian, we good? All right. So it's good to see everybody. Welcome to the, what day is today anyway? September the 20th. Yes, welcome to the September 20th meeting of the Temple Terrace City Council. Call the meeting to order. I would ask, I'd like to remind everybody to please silence your electronic devices. And if you would, please stand and join us in the invocation and the pledge. Lord, we ask your blessings upon our meeting tonight. Grant us wisdom and compassion to make decisions in the best interests of all involved. Help us to move our amazing city forward in ways that build community and prosperity for all. May our actions always reflect our core values of integrity, fairness, transparency, and empathy for others. We ask these things as one community, united in purpose for the common good of all. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we were scheduled to have a presentation from the Temple Terrace Golf and Country Club, but we kind of made a joint decision together. They asked for a little more time, and it was okay with us because we have a long agenda. So we were mutually beneficial to put that off until next month. We do have a couple of folks that like to say a few brief words. We have our friends from the Chamber of Commerce here, and I'd like to welcome them. I know you'd like to say a few things. Mr. Lawson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'd like to take less than 2 minutes, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say thank you, Steve, council members, Greg, our community. Here's our new board chair for the chamber.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us tonight. At our luncheon, we had this sign up saying, thank you to the city of Temple Terrace for your support, for what you did for us by adding us to your budget. And also, we are committed to exploring and changing our names, I said last time, finding some way to put Temple Terrace in the name of the chamber, because this is our community, and we believe in it. All right? I'm leaving on September 30th, and to each person in this room and who's watching us, I'm grateful how you treated me. It's been an honor. With that being said, Eddie, what you got to say?
I'll just reiterate what Ken said. Thank you for your support and your guidance and your suggestions. And like you said, we're putting Temple Terrace back in Uptown. We're gonna, with the board, we're gonna rebrand it. We're gonna get that and hopefully have all that done by January. Looking forward to kicking off the new year with a new brand. And we really want to say thank you to Ken Lawson for his service to the Chamber of Commerce over the last several months. We're not going to be able to replace him for sure. We'll miss him, but he's going to still be around and still take my calls, hopefully.
There you go. There you go.
But just wanted to come and say hello to you tonight, and I'm not going to be able to be a stranger. You'll see me at your council meetings frequently.
One last thing, Mr. Mayor, everyone, we're one community, one chamber, one community to move forward together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ken, don't go away yet. So I just want to say briefly, and I think I speak for everybody up here, in the short time that you've been at the chamber, you've accomplished a great deal. We've built a very good, I think it's a friendship. It's more than just a partnership. And so I've appreciated your board and your leadership and how you've moved the chamber and really moved the dial on a very short period of time. And I know that my colleagues share the sentiments. We're going to miss you. I know the chamber's going to miss you, but we're going to miss you too. So, and I still have you in my Rolodex here.
I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, you're not going that far. So.
All right, all right. But you know, we got Ms. Donahue on our board, and our future along with Eddie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you.
And Mr. Ray LeBlanc, Director of, what are you Director of now? We changed the name. You're Director. Public Works. You had a few words you wanted to say? Public Works. Folks, it's not that I don't know the departments. We just renamed a couple of the departments. So I don't want you to think the mayor doesn't know. Same people, but we retitled some things. So.
Call me whatever you want. I'm here because I have an unwavering commitment. I can't be here on October 4th. Sorry about that. I don't like public speaking, but I want to publicly thank Steve for his efforts, expertise, his education that he's brought to us for 7 months. A lot was accomplished during this time, and all of it, in my opinion, was done, excuse me, in the best interest of the city. Steve was not a Band-Aid manager or somebody you think was just passing through. My core belief is that leadership is an action. It's not a position. And Steve has made me believe that more. He's brought the city to a good place. And the Public Works Operations Department and the employees are grateful for the progress you've helped us with. And at the end of the day, we have memories from the workday, hopefully good ones. I can't stand here and talk about bad memories because I don't have any to talk about. Thank you, Steve.
Just for some clarifications, you're not quite done yet, so this is not your last hurrah here. What's that?
Can we give him a golden trash can?
Yeah, we're gonna, the key to the executive washroom, so. So the next item is a library board appointment. There are 2 vacancies due to the unexpired terms of Kimberly DeFusco and Sarah Junke. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. You know how to say that correctly? Is that, okay. Yeah. 4 applicants applied for these positions. 1 term would be from September 20th, 2022 until December 21st, 2024. The other term is from September 20th until September 3rd, 2023. The applicants are Shanice Davis, Nathan Johnson, Alyssa Hines, and Nina Wolfson. Are any of those applicants here? I see 2. Would you like to say a few words? It's optional, you don't have to, but you're welcome if you'd like to approach the podium.
I would. You did not say my name, but I did submit an application that was accepted the other day.
Okay, can you come forward to the podium, please? And what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Catherine.
You are on the ballot, and you're right, I did not say your name, but Catherine Paler Amaya
Yes.
is also here, is also one of the applicants. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Catherine Paler Amaya, and I would like to be considered for one of the citizen board positions for the library. I've been a Temple Terrace resident for almost 7 years, and this is the first time I'm applying for a citizen board position. I have an 8-year-old child who enjoys the Temple Terrace Library tremendously. During the pandemic, we especially enjoyed using the Hoopla and Canopy movie services. As an attorney, I have spent uncountable hours in libraries, which I consider a second home. As a board member, I would be reasoned, professional, and make decisions that support the vision of the Temple Terrace Library and the community. I have been a public servant, a federal government employee for 23 years, and I'd like to extend my service by helping my community of Temple Terrace. I appreciate your consideration of me for the library board. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I saw another applicant. Yes, ma'am, would you like to approach?
I would.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nina Wolfson. I have been a citizen of Temple Terrace for about 40 years now. I have been a volunteer in a number of organizations, including the Boy Scouts, the Children's Board of Hillsborough County, Mosey as a volunteer, and a number of them. And I echo Catherine's speech when she said that libraries have always been an important part of her life, as well with mine. I grew up in a small town about the same size as Temple Terrace. Originally, the library was probably smaller than this meeting room is, and eventually expanded to 3 stories and probably twice the width of this room. And it was just such an amazing experience as a young student and as an adult to go and see all of the facilities and the features and the wonderful things that you could get from the library that I would really like to see that continue here in Temple Terrace as well. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there other applicants here? I only saw the two. Okay. Council members, you have ballots. If you would check 2 names. Actually, check 3 names. We need your name too.
Oh, she's counting at me. I meant to.
Sure.
I've noticed that several people sent information, sent us an email or wrote on their application, while others did not. And I just want to encourage anyone who is considering running for one of these boards to give us a little more information than what we've been asked. It's so nice to meet each of you person to person tonight, and that makes a big difference. But, you know, I know that the city clerk is working on, you know, we have to go through the ADA compliance, and there are things that limit what you can say. But I noticed that a couple of people managed to squeeze in some information, and that really made it easy for us. You know, we are living in a world where everything is, we can't take anything for granted anymore. We have to be careful. So thank you so much for everyone who applied.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So we have 4 votes for Nathan Johnson and 3 votes each for Catherine Paler Amaya and Nina Wolfson.
So we have a tie between Catherine Taylor Amia and Nina Wolfson. Okay, that's what the second ballot is for, just between those 2.
So you might, did someone else clearly win, or?
Yes.
I didn't hear the other name.
Nathan Johnson.
Okay.
So Catherine Taylor Amaya and Nina Wolfson both got the same number of votes.
I'm gonna wait for the group.
We have 3 for Nina Wolfson and 2 for Catherine.
Congratulations.
Okay, so Nathan Johnson and Nina Wolfson, right? Is that correct? Did I get it right? Okay. Is there a motion to appoint the 2, Nathan Johnson and Nina Wolfson, to the library board? And somebody's going to need to distinguish in the motion which term goes with which person, because
Well,
there's,
do we know?
The one with the most votes was Nathan, so he'll get the longer term.
okay. Does that need to be in the motion, though? Yeah. I think if you said in the motion the longer term, that would probably be sufficient.
I move to approve Nathan Johnson for the longer term on the library board, and Nita Wolfson for the next term as of this evening.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Opposed? No nays. The appointments are made. Thank you both. Thank you to everybody who applied. We do appreciate that. And before we leave this together, we are close to updating the board application forms so that we will have more information. We're just running it, make sure that everything we have is legally sufficient and ADA compliant and all that.
Right.
So you'll see an updated form soon. Next item is approval of the September 6th City Council meeting minutes.
Second.
Motion and a second. Are there corrections to the minutes? If not, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No nays. Minutes are adopted. Persons wishing to be heard on items not listed on the agenda or items on the consent agenda. I currently have no requests to speak. Are there members of the public who wish to address the council on items not on the agenda or items on the consent agenda? Welcome, Mrs. Snelling.
Hello, Ellen Snelling, Temple Terrace. And I wasn't planning to speak, but I just wanted to say something about a good friend of mine who passed away recently, Eddie Adams Jr. I've known Eddie for over 8 years. He was the president of the Temple Terrace Republican Club, and I got to be very close with him and really enjoyed working with him, and the way he reached out to people of all different political parties and all different types of people. He just taught me a lot in that, and I've met quite a few people, through him. But he did a lot for our community. He was very involved, not just in Temple Terrace, but throughout Hillsborough County. And he had a radio show that he was very proud of, and if you know him, you know about Porch Talk Radio. And at first, I didn't really listen to that show, but I started listening to it every Saturday, and I was just really impressed with the fact that he stuck with that show for so many years and reached out to the urban community to try to give them a couple different viewpoints, like, his conservative viewpoint. But I just wanted to say that I'm still, devastated. I can't believe he's gone, and I'm going to really miss him. And hopefully his idea, which he just started, the Hillsborough County Black Republican Club, it's only met 3 times. There's going to be another meeting this Thursday, and we're hoping that it will continue forward because that was just like his dream that he really wanted to get going in Hillsborough County. But I just want to say how much I appreciate him, and I'm going to miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Snelling. Are there other members of the public who wish to address the council? Okay. Next up is the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Opposed? No nays. Consent agenda is adopted. Next item is a public hearing, second public hearing and second reading of Ordinance 1535 approving the fiscal year 22-23 tax levy. I'll open the public hearing, and our interim finance director, Jim Ingram, is here to explain. Welcome, Mr. Ingram.
Good evening, Mayor Ross, City Council. Following the receipt of public comment, staff recommends that the City Council should adopt the attached ordinance approving the ad valorem tax rate for the fiscal year 2022-2023. In accordance with the applicable provisions of the city charter and the Florida statutes, the City Council has scheduled the first of 2 public hearings on the property tax millage levy. The first hearing was scheduled for September 6th, 2022 to solicit public comments on the proposed property tax millage levy prior to the adoption of the annual budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. The agenda has been structured to provide the council with the opportunity to comply with both city charter and Florida statutory requirements on the budget and tax levy. The council needs to convene a public hearing on the proposed tax millage levy and make announcements at the public hearing prior to formal consideration of the attached resolution. The recommended City of Temple Terrace property tax millage rate is 6.455 per $1,000 of assessed value, a decrease of 0.1 mil from the current fiscal year millage rate of 6.555. The recommended property tax millage rate of 6.455 is 0.6872 mils, or 11.91% higher than the rolled-back rate of 5.7678. The 11.91 increase in millage over the rolled-back rate needed to fund the budget is due to the following, and this for the general fund budget. Inflation of operational expenses such as gas and materials, 11 new FTEs to accommodate service capacity needs due to city growth, 5% general employee salary increases, anticipated increases in medical, liability, auto, and property insurance, and $429,417 in general fund capital programs. Following the receipt of public comment, staff recommends that the City Council should adopt the attached ordinance approving the ad valorem tax rate for the fiscal year 2022-2023. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, council member questions for Mr. Ingram? Okay, if not, I'll close the public hearing and ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Temple Terrace, Florida, adopting a millage rate of 6.455 mils for fiscal year 2022 through 2023, and said millage rate being .6872 mils, or 11.91% more than the rollback rate of 5.7678 mils, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 1535 approving the tax levy?
I move to approve the adoption of the millage rate of 6.455 mils for fiscal year 2022-23.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we need a roll call vote. I knew that. I wrote it down and I still missed it. We'll start at this end. Councilmember Abel?
Aye.
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 We're good. Ordinance is adopted on second reading.
That song in my head after we do that.
Next item is a second public hearing and second reading of ordinance 1536, approving the fiscal year 22-23 annual budget. I'll open the public hearing. Interim Finance Director Jim Ingram is here to explain.
Thank you. And if I may, I'd just like to thank council, Steve, and all the departments for their cooperation on putting this budget together. Staff recommends that the City Council solicit public comment on the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 annual budget, and then approve the attached ordinance on second reading adopting the proposed budget. In accordance with the applicable provisions of the city charter and the Florida statutes, the second of two public hearings has been scheduled for Tuesday, September 20th at 6 p.m. to solicit public comment on the annual budget for the upcoming 2022-2023 fiscal year. The recommended City of Temple Terrace budget was presented to the City Council in a series of budget workshops to review and solicit adjustments to the allocations of the budget documents. The total city fiscal year 2022-2023 budget amounts to $93,400,136. A budget summary document is attached illustrating the total budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The proposed 2022-2023 budget reflects the following: a decrease of 0.1 mil in the ad valorem tax rate to 6.455 mils from the current year of 6.555. A 10% increase in commercial sanitation rates beginning January 1st, 2023. A 10% increase in single-family residential sanitation rates beginning January 1st, 2023. 5% increase in water, sewer, and irrigation rates beginning January 1st, 2023. $429,417 in general fund capital programs. $1,618,350 in community investment tax fund expenditures to include replacing public safety vehicles and equipment, building improvements for Fire Station 2, window replacement at the public library, and community parks and recreation facility improvements. $6,784,500 in needed utility system improvements, replacements, and vehicle replacements. $7 million utility services hardened water facility funded through revenue received through the American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARPA. An additional $2,180,000 of ARPA-funded stormwater projects. $1,515,000 in non-ARPA-funded street improvement projects. $220,000 to purchase a special pickup sanitation truck and containers. $5.4 million anticipated revenue for the Rollerson Ranch property sale, with $1,252,333 of the revenue being used to pay off the Republic loan debt principal. Another $1.5 million designated for a police building fund, and the remaining balance designated as to be determined reserves. That balance is close to $2.7 million. Budget also includes $500,000 total reserved to apply during the year for medical insurance increases and salary study adjustments with related compression issues. $715,449 in general fund reserve for contingency. 5% salary increase for general employees, and increases in funding the gasoline and other operational supplies. In accordance with the applicable provisions of the city charter and the Florida statutes, the City Council has scheduled this second of two public hearings on the fiscal year 2022-2023 annual budget. After the City Council solicits public comment on the proposed annual budget, the Council should approve the attached ordinance adopting the proposed budget. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Council member, questions for Mr. Ingram? If none, I'll close the public hearing and ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Temple Terrace, Florida, adopting the final operating budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, ending September 30th, 2023, and the capital improvement budget, giving notice of public hearings thereon, authorizing the city manager to issue such instructions as are necessary to achieve and accomplish the service programs, authorizing the city manager or the finance director to transfer monies among the departments and programs within any fund, authorizing the city manager or the finance director upon receipt of a donation or grant to appropriate said funds in the expenditure line item of the program as requested by the donor grantor, providing a severability clause, effective date, and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 1536 approving the budget?
I move to approve ordinance 1536 for the 2022-2023 annual budget upon second reading.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion on the motion? Roll call vote. We'll start down here this time.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Budget is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Next item is a resolution approving an agreement with More Sports for the conversion of 2 outdoor tennis courts to 6 pickleball courts at River Hills Park. Corey Collins, Division Director from Parks and Rec, is here to explain. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. This is a first for me, so bear with me. I'll go ahead and read. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm bringing forward a request for a resolution to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Moore Sports Group for the conversion of 2 outdoor tennis courts to 6 pickleball courts at River Hills Park in the budgeted amount of $37,094.72. With the ever-increasing popularity of pickleball nationwide and the limited opportunities for free pickleball in our community, the Parks and Recreation Division staff began looking at existing locations for pickleball opportunities. River Hills Park provides an ideal location due to sufficient on-site parking and restroom facilities. We conducted a mandatory pre-bid meeting on August 3rd, and 3 companies attended. We received 1 bid from Moore Sports Group in the budgeted amount of $37,094.72 for the conversion of the 2 outdoor tennis courts to 6 pickleball courts at River Hills Park.
Thank you, Mrs. Collins. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Council member questions for Ms. Collins? Since this is your first time presenting at council, we were wondering if you could recite the rule book for pickleball.
Sure, I sure can. Actually, I think James Chambers probably can do that, so I'll defer to him.
Thank you.
He's
Hit it over the net.
Thank you, you did
Hit it over the net.
You did a great job,
Yes,
thank you.
thank
So
you.
is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion on the motion?
I just have to say, that I think that's a fantastic location. It really brings something to the south side, which is always something we should be thinking about doing. And also, when they finish, they can go work in their community garden bed, which is right next door. They can grow some vegetables at the same time.
Exactly.
Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No nays. Resolution is adopted. Thank you, Corey. Next is a resolution approving the annual renewal of the Public Safety Radio Maintenance Agreement. Police Chief Ken Albano is here to explain. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you this evening, for your consideration and approval, is the renewal of the Communications International as our vendor of choice for the equipment maintenance and support. The selection of Communications International is in keeping with the previously approved parameters of the Police Department's 2013 800 megahertz radio migration project, whereby City Council authorized the use of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office RFP 26-10 for the purposes of implementation, phased build-out, and ongoing maintenance of the acquired equipment. On January 25th of 2021, HCSO executed an extension of its contract with Communications International, effective for 5 years from the date of award, pursuant to Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office RFP 15-20. In accordance with the aforementioned RFP and subsequent contract extension, and upon the approval of City Council, Communications International will become or continue to serve as the designated vendor for the maintenance support of the city's public safety radio system. The annual renewal cost of the 12-month term beginning October 1st of 2022 is $58,408.20. Funding for this expense is included in the fiscal year 2023 annual budget and will be paid from the Police Department's radio maintenance account 001-1411-521.4615. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the renewal of the Public Safety Radio Maintenance Agreement with Communications International, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this? Council member, questions for the chief? Okay, very good. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
I move to approve the annual renewal of the Public Safety Radio Maintenance Agreement.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No nays. Resolution is adopted. Thank you, Chief. Next item is a resolution approving SPR 21-09, which is a site plan review application for the multifamily residential development located at 11407 North 52nd Street. Senior Planner Gus Carpus is here to explain. Welcome, Mr. Carpus.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So let's make sure this is on. So this site plan came before you a number of years ago, this property did. So you have before you is a site plan for the update of an existing multifamily property with the addition of additional units. The owner is Vilo Vanov of Capital Point 11407 LP. The applicant is Justin Dallas, PE. So the property is at 11407 North 52nd Street. So that property is south of East Fowler, east of North 52nd, and north of East 113th Avenue. The property was rezoned to planned development. The future land use is a residential 18, and it has a bonus intensity zone overlay, a BIZ-O, and I'll explain that a little bit more as we go along. The property size is 1.72 acres. So the adjacent uses to this property to the north is a commercial plaza. That's where the Publix, the newer Publix is. South is commercial office space. To the east is multifamily, and that's in Tampa. And to the west, you have some single family and multifamily residential. So the site plan, you have 4 existing structures there with 14 multifamily units. The plan includes refacing those units and then constructing a new 3-story mixed-use structure that would contain 24 new units and 2,017 square foot of office space with parking below. So the first floor of the structure will contain the office space and covered parking, and the second and third floor would house the multifamily units. The project would provide 64 parking spaces, which was approved as part of the rezoning application. So that's below what's required, but that was approved as part of the rezoning application in 2019. And then it'll use the current curb cuts as they exist now. So again, in 2020 or ordinance, I'm gonna have to look because I can't read that small up there. I'm sorry for the people in.
1486 or 1484?
Yeah, well, okay, so ordinance 1486, the city council approved the comprehensive plan amendment, and that would be CPA 1901. So the application came in 2019 to change the designation from office institutional to residential 18 with the bonus intensity zone overlay designation. Again, I'll hold off on that for a second. And then also on that same night, they adopted Ordinance 1484, approving a zoning reclassification application, rezoning the property from commercial office to PD. Along with the conceptual plan, which is what you have before you tonight. And then again, that permitted the bonus intensity zone overlay. So the applicant has submitted the plan again here with the bonus intensity. I can read. So what the BIZ-O criteria, in our comprehensive plan, you are permitted to increase the density by 25%. I've got 2 presentations up here. You're permitted to exceed the normal density by 25%, provided certain criteria are met. One is that it's a mixed-use development. So when they went through the process previously, they had to add the office space, a certain percentage of office space, with the residential. Then they had to meet criteria that they had to be a certain response distance from the fire department. They had to have secure bike parking. They had to have a certain percentage of open space. They had to be a certain distance or within a certain distance of a bus stop. All those items are outlined in our comprehensive plan. So when they came through the process initially, they asked for that, then they had to show that they could comply with that. So with that overlay, they were permitted then to add additional units onto the Res 18 to get to their 38 units, which is what they're proposing with this site plan. I'm sure that was clear. Okay, so looking at the elevations here, they've permitted a maximum height of 35 foot, and they have proposed a structure which is 35 foot. Again, these elevations mimic the ones that they presented earlier. One item that was on the previous plan was rooftop decks, and I was told that those are no longer on the plans. And I didn't see anything in documentation that said they still were. If the applicant would tell me I'm wrong, I'll admit that. But the Development Review Committee has reviewed the project and has no objection to the approval of the site plan as presented. And based on the review of the plan, the applicant has to pay $57,600 for tree mitigation and $47,628 for traffic concurrency for this project prior to the issuance of any building permits. And those are standard fees that we charge for any site plan review. Staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution approving the site plan to permit the rehabilitation of the existing 14 units and the addition of the 24 new units and the commercial space. And it's conditioned that the initial conditions included in the resolution adopted. Let me go back to that, right? I'm sorry about that. So the conditions that were included in Ordinance 1486 and the bonus intensity requirements in Ordinance 1484 be met. I have included those in the resolution as attachments already, so that they may have to be met as part of the recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Carpus. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Is the applicant here? Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm not the applicant. I am the civil engineer, Dallas Evans, on behalf of the applicant. He wasn't able to make it tonight, but Alex Rios, the architect, is here as well, if you have any questions of us. Staff has explained this very clearly and in quite a bit of detail. We had been through a rezoning application. Pretty detailed site plan was prepared at that time and adopted by the city at that time. Since then, we have put together the detailed plans for the stormwater grading and the other elements to make this constructible. And so that's what we're here seeking approval for tonight. But I'm happy to ask any questions you might have.
So I do have a couple questions. This project as proposed tonight is somewhat different than it was in 2020. It's similar, but there's some differences. Can you talk to that a little bit?
It should be basically identical.
It is identical?
Yes.
Come on.
Come on up.
So I remember some rooftop, because we had some citizens that were concerned about rooftop, people hanging out on the rooftop and looking down. That doesn't seem to be part of this anymore.
Correct. That is practically the sole difference. There's minor adjustments to the exterior, but none of which are of any real.
Okay, so essentially this is the same project that we approved in 2020.
Yes.
So I guess that brings me to my question is why, I'm not sure why we're here tonight if we approved the same project in 2020. Why do we have to reapprove this?
Because that was a conceptual plan that was part of the rezoning, and so they had never brought a
Okay,
final.
so we didn't do the site plan.
We never approved the site plan. And then the decks were removed as part of the comments from the neighbors.
Okay.
Because that was a concern.
I got you, okay. Vice Mayor?
I don't remember the ground floor being retail. I thought it was all.
That was a requirement in order for them to get the increased density. So they had to have a percentage or a small area of retail so it could be considered mixed use to qualify for the increased density in the Bizzo.
The Bizzo's a new complexity, right?
No, that was always
Was that
part from 2019 on.
Okay, all right, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember, other questions? Councilmember Abel?
My only question was about the existing structures. In one point, I heard that they were going to be refaced, and at the other part, I heard rehab. So I'm wondering, is this an interior and exterior improvement to the existing ones, or is it just exterior?
When referring to the existing ones, are we referring to the
14,
property?
the 14 units, the 4 structures.
Mhm.
Those units, what's happening to those?
I believe that is part of the scope as well.
Interior and exterior?
Part of them will be interior, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Council members, other questions? So Gus, clarify for me, maybe you said it and I just missed it, but the BIZO designation, I understand some of what you said about they had to make some modifications, including adding a mixed-use component. Is that designation, or is that an automatic thing that goes with, because we rezoned it, we approved that, but do we have to approve the BIZO thing, or is that an administrative approval? How does that work?
That was something that they worked with Mark Hudson at the county and then brought it forward. And when Mark Hudson discussed it, that was brought up at the time when they came in 2019, that they were looking to use the BIZO. And then he recommended that they met the compliance for that to the council. So in order to get that additional density, they had to meet the 11 criteria. And then they had to prove that to Mark, because that's a thing within the comprehensive plan, which gets that density. Now, whether or not you approve that, obviously, is up to you. You're the final say. Then that would knock their density down. I would have to go back again and take a look at it. I think by 6 units.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I'm asking, because so buried in this is our approval of the BIZO.
Yes, as part of the other 2 ordinances.
He's shaking his head no.
What?
So that's what I'm trying to get clarity on.
In the ordinances that you approved in 2020, the language included the bonus intensity zone overlay. And then the zoning reclassification also said the included specific site development standards and requirements that the BIZO criteria as outlined in the comprehensive plan be met. Because when they presented the conceptual plan, it was with this number of units.
Okay, so that goes back, this goes back to my original question.
Okay.
So we already approved the BIZO as long as they
Conceptual
meet
plan with the BIZO, and then what they had to do then when they submitted is to make sure that they have
Okay.
that. That's why it's part of the
Okay.
resolution.
So what we're being asked to do tonight has nothing to do, we already approved that in 2020.
Correct.
Okay.
They just needed to show that they were complying. That was clear.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to me the only thing they did was listen to the neighbors' concerns and take the rooftop terrace off. Everything else looked exactly the same.
No, they added a retail component.
Well, no,
Retail was always there.
they had to add that to get the BIZO from in the
I know,
beginning.
but it's different than it was in 2020.
No.
No, the retail was in there from the beginning, or they could never have gotten the BIZO passed.
It's not
Right.
retail, it's office.
Yeah,
Sorry.
retail office.
Sorry, it's not retail, office space, yeah.
Yes, that's what it was.
Other questions? No. Council members?
Thanks, Rick. Shake your head.
Is there a motion to approve SPR 21-09?
I move to approve resolution SPR 21-01 upon,
09.
09.
sorry, 09. I'll end it there.
09.
Second.
Yeah.
Motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No nays. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem.
Next item is the first public hearing and reading of Ordinance 1537 for a Land Development Code text amendment, amending Section 12-234, Part B, Paragraph 48, pertaining to outdoor seating for restaurants located within the Commercial General Zoning District TXT 22-01. Open the public hearing. Senior Planner Gus Carpus is here to explain.
Yes. Hopefully we won't have somebody shaking their head absent or opposite me. Actually, this is text 2202. There is an error on my front page. I apologize for that. So what you have before you is the first public hearing and reading for Ordinance 1537 of the Land Development Code, which is amending Section 12-234B48, which is the regulation of outdoor seating for restaurants within the Commercial General Zoning District. once again, the writing, I'm gonna do something on the second reading here. I didn't realize it was gonna be this small when it was up there. So the proposed ordinance would remove the current outdoor seating restrictions, which are currently based on the number or the percentage of the indoor seating permitted by the fire code. Currently, you're allowed to have outdoor seating equal to 20% of the indoor seating permitted by the fire code. There have been concerns raised by this by some business owners that it restricts their ability to provide preferred seating to their customers in some cases where they have adequate space to exceed that 20%. And there are also instances where businesses do not have the space to provide that 20%, and they haggle because they say they're allowed that 20%. So what this ordinance does is seek to tie the seating area to only that area being leased by the business and requires clear, unobstructed pathways throughout the required area with ADA requirements, and all outdoor seating plans would be subject to staff approval. So it would just go through staff, not in front of the council. Currently, if you want to exceed the 20%, you need a conditional use permit, which is a public hearing, neighbor notification, and all that kind of stuff. So again, currently, we would only be changing one section. Our ordinance reads, restaurants may not comprise more than 25% of a retail office center. A retail office center which contains 50,000 square foot or more. And then it goes to outdoor seating shall constitute no more than 20% of the total enclosed seating capacity of the restaurant, shall be located immediately adjacent to the place of business where service is provided, and shall be subject to submission and approval of a site design layout plan which addresses such items included but not limited to buffering, accessibility, and maintenance. And then the last item is on-premise consumption of alcoholic beverages shall meet all requirements and stipulations contained in Chapter 4, alcoholic beverages. So what the ordinance looks to do is to take out that second provision and add language that says B, outdoor seating at restaurants and other similar businesses as approved by the city shall be permitted only in cases where it can be located and configured to comply with the following requirements. Outdoor seating may be located in an outdoor space controlled by or immediately adjacent to the business providing service. However, outdoor seating may not overlap, obscure, or encroach in any way upon outdoor spaces that are controlled by or immediately adjacent to neighboring businesses or other properties. Meaning, even if the business next door's door is here and they have windows here and they don't have outdoor seating, you can't extend your seating onto their area. Your area is right there. You cannot expand past your leasable space. Outdoor seating, if located on a walkway or similar common pedestrian path, must provide for direct, unobstructed pedestrian travel through or around the space along a pathway measuring at least 36 inches wide, which is an ADA requirement, which was already enforced anyways. Now it's just in the ordinance. Ordinance seating shall be subject to site plan approval by the city that addresses additional items, including but not limited to buffering, public safety, maintenance, and requirements of the Americans with Disability Act. And then finally, outdoor seating spaces must be kept clean, free of debris, and maintained at all times to comply with the requirements of this section, whether occupied or not. So essentially, I would be taking out the one section B and expanding it to have 4 provisions under that B. Taking away the percentage and basing it on the area that can actually be used for the seating.
Thank you, Mr. Carpus. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this? Council member questions? Mr. Chambers.
Now, if this passes tonight, how would you let the current businesses know?
This is first reading, so we have to.
Yeah, once
After it passes in 2 weeks.
Actually, that's a pretty good question. I mean, once the ordinance is adopted and changed, we could figure out. I could talk with Mr. Brony and see if there are places that have been getting code violations. I could just let them know that the ordinance has changed and notify them. That wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Other questions, council members? If not, I'll close the public hearing and ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Temple Terrace, Florida relating to the outdoor seating at restaurants, amending Section 12-234, subsection B, subsection 48 of the City of Temple Terrace Code of Ordinances, providing for applicability and severability, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to approve ordinance 1537 on first reading?
Move to approve ordinance 1537 on first reading for the Land Development Code text amendment as outlined.
Second. Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion? I would like to just say, just for clarity for those watching or those in attendance, this is actually far simpler than it sounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
This sounds very, very complex and protracted and long, and there's slides, and this is really very simple. All we did, and this was council driven, trends changed during COVID. People want to eat outdoors more than they used to, right? And so in response to the outdoor dining trends and stuff, we are trying to evolve. We're trying to change. And one of the things that we did was to look at this ordinance. What we did here is actually very simple. We simply took out the ratio part. This whole 20% of your capacity was the most that you could have outside. We eliminated that. So now the number of seats you can have outside is strictly dictated by the amount of space you have. If you have a very small restaurant with a very big outdoor courtyard, you might have 80% of your tables outside. Well, that's okay. And it's okay in Temple Terrace now. Well, it will be in 2 weeks. It'll be okay in Temple Terrace now too. So it's really very simple. All we did was take out that 20% and base your outdoor seating capacity on the amount of space you have. That's it. That's your limitation. So if you have a huge amount of space, you can have a huge amount of outdoor seating, right? And you still have to comply with ADA requirements and stuff like that. So it's really much simpler than it seems. So, all right, all those in favor? Signify aye. Any opposed? No nays. Ordinance is adopted on first reading and will appear for a second reading and public hearing on Tuesday, October 18th. Next item is a public hearing and second reading of Ordinance 1532, amending Chapter 2 of the Code by revising Section 22-340, collection of practices for residential solid waste.
Good evening.
We will open the public hearing, and City Manager will explain.
It is recommended that City Council adopt Ordinance 1532, amending Chapter 22 of the Code by revising Section 22-340, collection practices for residential solid waste, on its second reading. In January of 2021, the city made a long overdue transition to a semi-automatic system to collect residential trash. The city made other changes in its collection ordinance, and with the implementation of new automated system, the collection practices for residential solid waste changed. In order to reflect the new system, the council adopted Ordinance 1508 on September 7th, 2021, revising Chapter 22, Article 6 of the Code of Ordinances, which address solid waste collection and disposal. In performing iterations of Article 6 to update and reflect current collection practices, the section of the code regulating the time frame for solid waste containers to be left at the curb for pickup on collection day had been inadvertently omitted. This ordinance then amends Chapter 22, Article 6 by revising Section 22-340, collection practices for residential solid waste, to include language addressing the time frame for solid waste containers to be left at the curb for pickup on collection day. Did you want me to use that new language?
It's a suggestion.
Okay. The language states that solid waste containers shall not be placed at the curbside earlier than sunset, or we had a recommendation that made it 1 hour prior to sunset, the day prior to collection and shall be removed from curbside by sunset the day of collection.
Thank you, Dr. Spina. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this? Okay, council members, questions?
Yep.
Are there any questions? Very good. If not, I'll close the public hearing and ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Temple Terrace, Florida, amending Chapter 22 of the City of Temple Terrace Code of Ordinances, Utilities, Article 6, Solid Waste Collection and Disposal by revising Section 22-340 to include language addressing the timeframe for containers to be left at the curb for pickup on Election Day, providing for authority to codify, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 1532?
I move to approve ordinance 1532 with the change to making it 1 hour before sunset for bringing the garbage out to the street.
Second.
Motion, and did I hear a second, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Motion and second, discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No nays? Motion, ordinance is adopted on second reading. Hopefully, we'll be done with this one for a while.
Thank you.
Next item is a resolution approving the sale of Rollerson Ranch property to Kieran C. Patel. City Attorney Pam Sichone will explain.
In response to a public notice of land disposal that the city put out, the city had received 4 qualifying sealed bids from developers to purchase the 5 parcels of land that it owns with the address of 10851 Rollerson Ranch Road. The city council, at an earlier meeting this year, selected Dr. Kieran C. Patel's proposal for the purchase price of $5,400,000. The entity that Dr. Patel has either created or intends to create in order to take the property would be, this is listed as the Kieran C. Patel Foundation. However, on the agreement for sale, the entity would be the Terrace Real Estate Holdings LLC, a Florida limited liability company, would be the official buyer. And the project that had been presented to council was to build a College of Trade and Technology on that property as the priority use. There still would be remaining property there that could be used for something else. The agreement that is before you this evening made a designation that the amount of property that would not be used for the College of Trade and Technology, I believe, was only 10%, that 90% of it would be used for the priority use. And there is a limitation that the property must be used for a taxable use for at least the next 20 years. The city, we're recommending approval of the sales agreement, but as you saw, this is a 23-page agreement. You've been provided to it, and earlier today, we just got finished dealing with paragraph 10.1 on the language there. So I hope that you have all had a chance to read it. I included that into the agreement then and provided it to you in front of you. So you should all have the last version of it in front of you this evening. And I believe the purchaser is here to speak this evening.
Mr. Bagby, did you wish to speak, or are you just available for questions? Thank you, sir. Council member, are there questions? Council member Donahue?
You look at me like, of course she has questions. I don't believe I have ever seen this language. I mean, if the gentleman who bought the Paragon corner said, well, if this isn't viable, I may have to change. Could you please reiterate why there's this concern that if this is not economically viable from commencement through the duration of the buyer's operation, that the plans could be changed? We did have 4 bids, and we probably voted with our heartstrings for you, as the others were viable businesses that would have paid considerable taxes. So if you don't mind answering this to the audience out here, because this, I mean, I'm not a realtor, I'm not involved in big real estate transactions, but we've had quite a few in the last 8 years, and nothing, no paragraph like this has ever been in a contract. So could you just give me some guidance here?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Donahue. So, like I think over the past year, we've been talking about the College of Trade and Technology, and we are extremely keen on doing it. We are already working on it. It's already designed. I think, a lot of it depends on staff availability, student availability, just the viability of the project. We feel good about it. We feel it's a go, but just there's a little bit of the unknown, and I'll let Jeff Shannon, our attorney, speak to it as well. So that's the only reason. We have no second thoughts. We have, we are proceeding. We are designing. We are moving forward. It's just in case, we get into it and it's, something changes, the environment changes, there's availability of students, staff, just a little bit of protection. But we are committed to doing this, and that's all. If you want to add something, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I think Mr. Schoen and I were just trying to capture that concept, that it's all a go, that everything's in design, but that there was this possible risk just because of the overall cost and possible budget for the project, that if there was a concern about the viability of it because of the timing of the project or whatever that might be, that was brought to our attention, and we were just trying to craft language around that issue.
Right.
So that's why you have the language that you have.
Does anyone not think this is odd besides me?
Well,
I mean,
this isn't discussion time, this is question time.
Well, then that's my question to you. Is this something that you do regularly when you're making a purchase of a large tract like this? Because that's an unusual piece of property. We all know that. And most unusual. I'm sure you're going to work on enhancing it some way. And it's not like what you're saying to us is that, oh, well, if I turn this into commercial property, because you're paying taxes on this now, and if it doesn't work out as a school, you'll pay taxes on whatever you turn it into. So that's not the issue. I just said, especially since it's being said to us before you even start building it. Now, you've designed it, and you're ready to go and whatever. So is this common when you're making, in your dealings, is this common?
I mean, I've seen language similar to that previously, but it's something where it depends on the size of the project and also the time commitment. I mean, this would be over a long period of time, and I think there was a requirement, and I know there is in the contract, that it be for profit for 20 years and so on. So I think there was just when Ash was talking to his team, it was just, gee, if there is some concern about this, let's try to just frame something in the contract. We certainly didn't want to cause more consternation or concern at all, because it's full bore from what I understand for the project. But yet, if all of a sudden the budget is, and I don't know what the budget range might be, but it's substantial to construct this and to have 90% of the property dedicated to this use. And if for some reason the opportunity for, as you expressed, for students or for faculty or something diminished, or there was not that likelihood that they would attend, then or participate, then that's a problem. So that's all we were trying to cover.
Right. It's certainly just to, sorry, if I can add, just to make sure that it's a profitable, I don't like to use the word profitable, but it's a viable, venture, because, it's a for-profit business, and the campus is being purchased to not only do this, possibly a small boutique hotel. We'll work with the city to decide on the out parcels what's best for the city. We are, certainly keen to do that. But this was just something, if in the next 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years, we take to design and bring a dean on board and, you know, if some market conditions change, something happens, that's all we were trying to capture. There's no questions, we are moving forward, we are excited about it. I think that was what, you know, was on our mind when we tried to just capture that.
So if we struck this paragraph altogether, you'd still be okay?
I mean, if something changes, and I'm just asking in a year, what happens? I mean, I'm not a legal mind, but what happens if, in the process, if something, let's just say a trades college is not viable in a year. I'm just putting it out there. So what would the council, you know, what would we do as buyers, you know? I mean, if you can tell us that, then yeah, sure, of course. We can strike it out.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
What would be the trigger for section 10.1 to kick in?
That's the economic viability.
Right.
So it's just
Define that.
the determination that, yeah.
How are you gonna do that?
It's not profitable for.
Right,
market
you know,
circumstances.
we bring the team in, we start working on, you know, student acquisition, staff acquisition, you know, look at construction costs. See, at the end of the day, it's a for-profit college, right? So I think you know, when we have all the data and we see that it is profitable, paying ad valorem taxes, etc., it's an absolutely go. Suppose if it is not at all profitable, then, you know, it would be something that we would do and then we would not be profitable and we don't know how long it's going to, you know, survive. So we want to do something, the trade college that is successful. We are confident it is, but we just want to know that suppose in the next year when we are doing the research, bringing a team on, if it is not, then what do we do?
Well, I guess that's my concern. How long, this is an open-ended escape clause, or at least on the ad valorem portion of it, which I don't understand. Is there a time certain, Mr. Schoen, that this has to be determined, or is this open-ended for perpetuity, and then all of a sudden we have a 10% drop in ad valorem setbacks or givebacks or whatever you want to call it? This is where I get a little confused, bumping into the wall. I understand what you're saying. I can understand putting that in there, but to me, there would have to be a time certain for that to exist. Maybe a given year, or you know, in year 6 to 8, or what? I don't know what that would be, but this is just open ended forever, and we're to me we're hog tying future councils with this down the road, and I have a little bit of a problem with that. This is the first chance I've really had to read and understand it and ask, well, okay.
We can certainly put a timeline in it. I mean,
Pardon me?
we can certainly, you know, put it like a 12 months, or we can certainly do that. I didn't think about that, but we can make it time certain.
Well, isn't that what due diligence periods are for?
Sorry?
Isn't that what the due diligence period is for?
No, the due diligence is on the land, right? Whether it's, the land is viable to be constructed on, if there's any species on there. That's the due diligence. The 60 days is for the land, you know, doing a GPR, geotech study. So that's what we're going to be doing on the land for the next 60 days to make sure the land is buildable.
I just would have expected this type of analysis to have been done prior to coming here. Now, I recognize that 10% is not a significant amount, okay? Would that be just in general, or suppose, or what happens if suddenly becomes viable after a year? Does this revert back to being fully taxable again? Or is this something that's in perpetuity, or for the next 20 years? Mr. Schoen.
I'm not sure we're talking about the taxability of it.
Right.
The taxability portion is sort of separate. It's in that paragraph, but that remains regardless. So the big issue here is it going to be a school or is it not going to be a school? And the escape clause, as you said, is for whether it's going to be a school. There is no escape clause for the 20 years of taxable use. So it may not be a school because if they determine it's not viable and we can't rebut that, then they don't have to put the school there. They would put something else there, and it would need to be something that's taxable. They couldn't, say, give it away to the county and build a regular elementary school there that we would not be able to collect taxes on. So it would have to be something that's used for profit. But, so there's two different things in there. There's the portion of whether it's going to be used for a school, and then there's the portion where it's going to be taxable for 20 years, and that is not on the table. That's in there. So, and the 20 years was sort of, it was an arbitrary number because I was concerned that it suddenly might be used for something that's not taxable, and we wanted to make sure that we did collect ad valorem taxes on it. In discussion with Mr. Pauly, we came up with 20 years. The purchaser agreed to the 20 years, but that's something that's also before you. If you want to make it 40 years, that would be something to consider, and the buyer would have to accept that if there's going to be a contract. That number doesn't, it's not in law, it's not anywhere. It was an arbitrary number put into the contract.
Okay, do me a favor then. Define 10-1 for us. So that everybody's on the same page and we hear it one time without having to interpret the legalese.
Okay. What are you asking me now?
Can you define 10-1?
Can I define it?
Or explain how 10-1
Okay.
operates.
This was a paragraph that was added in by the purchaser, and it prior to that portion in the contract, it said that they're going to be using this piece of property, at least 90% of it, for a primary use. The primary use was going to be the technical school. However, then 10.1 comes in and it states that if it turns out, if they determine that it is not economically viable to build that school, or even if they build the school, if it isn't economically viable to continue running the school, they will have to notify the city of that, and they will have to provide us with commercially reasonable documentation to give us evidence as to why making a profit is not possible. I insisted in our negotiations that we are able to rebut that we have the opportunity to rebut that and not simply accept their documentation saying, sorry, it's not viable. We're either not building the school or we've already built it, but we're closing the school. So that would obviously lead us into a conflict, but it states that we do agree that in good faith, we will cooperate in reaching an agreement regarding this question of economic viability. If we don't reach an agreement, this would obviously be something that we would end up hashing out in the court. And the result is either Dr. Patel would have to continue to operate the school there. I don't know if the city would want him to operate a school if it truly was not economically viable. So future councils would have to listen to a new proposal on that property and decide whether to agree to that or not. But it is sort of an escape clause from the use that was presented to council when council decided to sell to Dr. Patel.
Councilmember Abel.
My question was answered.
Councilmember Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. For somebody, what is the timeline, I don't think any, from purchase of property to submitting a site plan?
There was not a development schedule in this, as there has been in the CRA, because you had a specific plan for that area of town. You knew what you wanted to see built in that area, and you wanted to see it soon because so much time had passed in prior councils trying to get something done in that area. So there was a push to make those developers move quickly. So there was a development schedule included with those other contracts This one is not in the CRA, and so we didn't have a development schedule here. We're leaving it up to the developer, expecting that they're not going to just want to sit with an empty piece of property and that their own economics would make them move along and start something there.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question without trying to get too hypothetical here. I want to try to draw.
This is the time.
Well, I want to try to clarify some things. So suppose that we, forget this property for a second, no offense. Suppose that we're selling another piece of city-owned property. And a developer comes and says, I'd really like to buy that property because I want to put a CVS on that property. And the city says, well, you know what, we always wanted a CVS there. This is wonderful, it's going to be terrific for the city, and we'll agree to sell you the property for $1 million. And they buy it. But after they buy it and they close, we have the $1 million and they own the property outright, fair and square. There's a glut on drugstores, and CVSs are no longer profitable. And they say, darn, you know, we really wanted to build a CVS here, but guess what? I mean, you know, Al-Qaeda came along, destroyed all the CVSs, and so they're no longer viable. So we can't do that anymore. Now we're going to have to build something else, a car wash or something, but it fits within the zoning of the property. We don't have to approve a zoning change or anything like that. Am I wrong that there's absolutely nothing we can do about that? If it fits within the zoning, they own the property, do they not?
Yes.
Okay, so am I also wrong that 10.1, while it does give them a bit of a clawback avenue, it also gives the city more power to agree upon what that would become than we would otherwise have? Am I wrong?
No, you're right. I mean, sometimes we might sell a piece of property and we actually don't care what somebody does with it as long as it fits within the zoning code. Other properties, as the downtown area, the city did care what went in there, and we attached and concept plans were presented, and I made sure that those concept plans were attached to the agreement to bind those people to do what they said they were going to do. This contract also refers to the concept plan on the first page. I did attach a picture of the concept plan, so everybody knows what substantially we're looking at, what we want there, but this particular contract does not bind them to that because of 10.1. It gives them an opportunity to not build that, but only if they prove to us that it is not economically viable anymore to build the school.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Chambers.
Expand on that a minute. So 10.1, but it doesn't give us, if we agree the school is not viable, it doesn't give us any authority to help them pick another project.
No, other than the normal site plan process if you are going to approve a site plan. So it would be nice if they came in and let you help them pick another project.
Absolutely.
And we could add that line into the contract that they will come in and let city council help them pick another project. So.
May I say something? Dr. Spino? Well, questions, let's not get.
All right, I have a question. My understanding is that, and tell me if I'm correct, that this project was selected and this bid was accepted because of the use of the property, because you rejected 2 higher bids.
We did.
So I think the use of the property, I'm asking, wasn't the use of the property important to you when you approved the bid? Because you said this was going to be on it, and this is what you thought would fit in that area with the other schools and things.
That's true, that's a good point.
Which is actually exactly why it's incorporated into the contract, and the concept plan is attached, and it says that's the permitted use, of the primary use.
Council members, other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, is there a motion? Thank you.
We're between a rock and a hard place here.
Well, let me see if I can,
Help us out.
well, I'll try. I think we are overthinking this a little bit. I don't think we have any reason to think that this proposed purchaser is going to do anything other than what they said they are going to do. They came to us, they've been coming to us for a couple of years with this idea. The idea hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is they've spent a little more money to further develop their proposal and their plans and stuff. We don't have any indication, other than this 10.1, that we have no indication that Dr. Patel is playing some elaborate, complicated game with us to acquire 20 acres of woods so that he can secretly make $10 million by building a Ramada Inn instead of a school. This is simply their attorney giving them an escape clause, and it's our attorney arguing back to their attorney that if we're gonna agree to this at all, then we're gonna want some language in there that the city gets involved and you have to prove to us that you're really economically failing. This is a battle of attorneys here, both looking out for their clients. And we've gotten drawn into this thinking that this is somehow making them, we're suspicious of their motives now. I don't think Dr. Patel needs to rip us off of this property in order to make money. I don't see any reason to think that they are not sincere, that they're gonna build this school. And I just don't think, I think we're looking for a level of guarantee that doesn't exist in the real world. And we're uncomfortable about this 10.1. I think their attorney's done a good job of putting something in there to try to protect the interest of their client. And I think our attorney has done a good job of saying, oh, you're not getting it all in there without us getting something in there too. And I really think we're getting a little wrapped around the axle over something that's not a real clear and present danger.
I move to approve the agreement for sale and purchase of the property known as the Rollerson Ranch Road property in the contract.
Second.
Motion and a second. Now we can have more discussion. Trying to focus everybody on questions. Is there discussion? Councilmember Abel.
I think you're probably right when you say that this is an attorney thing and we're getting drawn into it. But for me, when I read through this, it kind of sowed some seeds of doubt. Like maybe they're having second thoughts about what they want to put here. And it just seems to me that when we approved it earlier, we were like Dr. Spina said, we were basing that on the idea that they were going to put that school there. And I think we all assumed that the market research had been done, and the presentation we were given indicated that research had already been done. So I'm not really against it. It's just it does make me uneasy because of that feeling of doubt and second thoughts that sort of came out of this conversation and this clause in the contract. That's all.
Those are my sentiments exactly. If this wasn't in here, I wouldn't have had any questions whatsoever. It's like, I'm buying a pair of shoes and I make sure that I know their return policy. Okay, so obviously times millions, when I read it the first time, it gave me pause, and then this time it was a little better. I mean, saying 20 years or whatever, and like you say, you're right. It's more ability than we have on some properties. But, I mean, we've taken several builders to task because they started to deviate from what they told us they were going to do. And, I mean, we don't get nervous, you fellows who are here for later, but this is, we read these things, okay? This is a well-educated council. So I will go along with the motion, and I look forward to watching the first plumbers graduate from your school.
Councilmember Chambers.
Yes, and I'll support it too, but I'm a little concerned that there's no date for a site plan. That it could drag out 5 years, 7 years without anything happening. I know they want to do it really quick, but I would love to see a date.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Okay.
I don't know if we amend that now or not do it at all.
This would be the time, you can either not do it at all and we can go back to the drawing board, or you can ask them to, if they are willing to offer something that could be added to this.
Why not do it at
They're
all,
going
man?
to start.
Approve it as is,
So,
not hold the project up.
I mean, if you approve the contract as is, they can wait, they can do it in a year, they can do it in 10. There's no time limit on them as to when they start doing anything on the property.
Is that normal? I didn't think that.
Again, it is not normal for our CRA properties.
Yeah.
It would be normal, I mean, if you sold your house, you walk away and you don't care what they do with that piece of property anymore. So, but if you're concerned about getting something going there, this would be the time to ask them to offer a date.
Do we know what that timeline is in our CRA? What that clause is?
It depended on the project. The development schedule was, we had asked each developer to submit one. For one of the properties, since we didn't get one, the city manager made one, and we said, this is it. So that was attached to one of the properties. But there was a timeline for each of those as to when there'd be, site plan, when they would start construction, and we did have that in our other CRAs properties.
Well, I don't know where to go. It's just me right now asking for it.
It's not like we have TIF issues, so.
Right. So we do have a motion on the floor to act on unless the motion is withdrawn or amended. I do hear what you're saying, and you bring some good points up. Nobody's ignoring you. I don't think this is a very risky, I don't think this is intended the way we're reading, we're locking onto this and saying, oh my God, they're gonna, I just don't sense that. I hope, right, I hope that you're wrong. I do, and if I'm wrong, because I'm gonna have a lot of crow to eat here, but I have talked to Mr. Bagdy for a long time about this. I have talked to Dr. Patel and his wife about this. I just don't sense that this is going, that these problems are gonna materialize. Do I have a guarantee of that? No, I don't.
Well, I have no reason not to trust the family.
Yeah.
I chose.
Well, I just don't want you to think that.
No. I want to make sure that there was never any doubt until this paragraph.
Okay.
And
So
then
let's-
this was a
All
red
right,
flag.
Then we're gonna need to move on too.
Just
So,
one
Vice
final
Mayor.
comment. I've known and dealt with with Mr. Bagdy and Jeff and the Patel Foundation for many, many years now, and I have no reason to doubt that they will do make every effort to make it a viable operation. My concern was just whenever this would happen. It was just to me, it was just somewhat ambiguous in the paragraph. That was my concern. I don't believe that they're in the business of putting out $5.4 million and then sitting there and not pulling the project to fruition. I've seen their projects in the past, and I believe they will move with all due expediency to get it done. I expressed my concerns. It's just a little weird, a little hinky of a paragraph, so to make sure, and Ms. Shoshone's explanation put my fears to rest, or my concerns to rest. So I think that they will move forward as economically feasible as they can, and I see no need to put any extraneous restraints or constraints on what they're going to do in their timeline. So my motion stands. I think we should move forward.
All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted. Thank you both. Council, can we push ahead with council business and then take a short break after that? Can you make another 5 minutes or so before we break? Okay, you good? All right, well, we need a break before we get into the proposals, but, okay, so the next item under council business is the city attorney and city clerk annual performance evaluations. For those of you watching, we typically do evaluations on an annual basis for all 3 charter members. We did not do an annual evaluation on Dr. Spina because, as you know, he is the interim city manager, and actually he's a contract employee, so we did not do an evaluation of him, but we did do evaluations on schedule for the city clerk and the city attorney. I'm not going to read all 5 multi-page evaluations to you, which I know probably causes you a lot of relief that I'm not going to do that. But I will tell you that that each of the evaluations has multiple dimensions, and then under each of those dimensions are multiple specific behaviors, just much like every other performance evaluation you've ever seen. And the 3 categories are needs improvement, meets expectations, or exceeds expectations. And I will put on the record that neither of the 2 charter officers received any needs improvement grades by any of the 5 council members. All of them were either meets expectations, and many of them were exceeds expectations. So the evaluations were overall very, very good. I'm not telling you anything they don't know. They've already gotten their evaluation, so they know all this already. It is not customary, it's required that if this council consider annual raises for the 2 charter officers. We included it in the budget to give general employees a 5% cost of living adjustment, but that does not automatically extend to the charter officers without a specific action by this council. So it would be appropriate at this time for a motion, as the council wishes. If we wish to grant them the same 5% pay adjustment, we'll need a motion to that effect.
Have we done, if I could just ask a question to that, have we done appropriate salary reviews to make sure that everybody is at the level that they should be?
That's coming next. I'd like to get the 5% out of the way first, if that's.
Okay.
In that case, I move to extend the 5% raise to our 2 charter employees.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, you're included with everybody else. So I do have one more matter to bring up for your consideration, and that is this. In the process of recruiting and then negotiating with our new city manager, Mr. Bahia, I did a lot of, obviously did a lot of research into the salary bands for city managers for city our size in the state of Florida, looked at a lot of different scenarios. And in that process, I also looked at what our higher tier directors make to make sure that we're lined up properly. We don't want the new city manager making less than one of his subordinates. So there was some review of how much we pay our other staff. In the course of this, I discovered, that in my opinion, our city clerk has dropped below the market average in the state of Florida by a considerable amount. And I shared some data with you that I obtained, and I did not obtain it from the city clerk, just in case you're wondering. I had to sneak around to get it because she's the president of the Florida Clerks Associations, which is so, I had to kind of sneak around to get this without her knowing. But in cities our size, they don't talk about 27, 28,000. They rate the cities from 20,000 to 30,000 in population. That's the 10,000 slot there. City clerks, the average is considerably more than what our city clerk makes. The band, the average is 100,000 to 110,000, and that's not even close to what our city clerk makes currently. And then I dug a little deeper to look into the qualifications and responsibilities of our clerk versus some of these other cities to see, well, maybe these clerks have, I don't know, engineering degrees or something, and, I don't know. Well, what I found was that our clerk is more qualified than most of the others in the same size cities in the state of Florida. Well, we kind of knew that, but, I mean, I got her resume, which I did get from her because I couldn't get that anywhere else. But I looked at her qualifications aside some of the other because they do indicate the number of subordinates and the certifications and the education level. And our clerk far exceeds them in experience, qualifications, and education. Almost no matter what metric you use, our city clerk is very well qualified in the state of Florida, and unfortunately very undercompensated as well. So I say all that to say this: I would entertain well, it's the council's wishes. I really would like to encourage this body to give the clerk, in addition to the 5%, a market adjustment. And we've done this for other employees in certain job classifications. This isn't something that we're singling out the clerk. We've done it a couple years ago. We went through the police department position by position and gave people market increases based on their length of time and stuff. We've done it with the fire department. We've done it with some of our directors. And the problem is, with the charter officers, there's nobody except us to do this. And shame on me, I probably wouldn't have even done this had it not been for the work that we did to onboard the new city manager. So the obvious question is the funding source. I've talked to the interim city manager about this, and we do believe we have identified a funding source for this.
Yes, sir. We have funds either in the reserve for the personnel cost working on the compressions, and we do have sufficient funds, more than 700,000 in a general fund reserve for contingency that we can move. So we have two sources.
I don't know, I gave you the data. In my opinion, she's probably $10,000 underpaid. That's the middle of the band. The higher end of the band is 110. To put her in the middle of the band, she's about $10,000 underpaid.
So are you?
And that's including the raise we just gave her 5 minutes ago.
Right. So are you recommending a $10,000 pay raise?
Just telling you where she falls.
I mean, we've all given her an evaluation just recently. Some of us would give her 20. I don't know what the budget, I don't know what you're looking.
Crazy.
I know, that's my point. That's my point. Give me a number that you have discussed.
If you want to bring her to the middle of the band for our size city, she should be paid $10,000 more than she currently, well, then she will be October 1st. She's $15,000 behind now.
Will she, so the 5%?
If you want to bring her to the middle of the band, it's going to cost us $10,000 more.
Well, I definitely want to bring her to the middle of the band, if not above. So I'm asking you, what's a number you can live with?
I'm not the king.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to, okay, Your Highness, you're right, you're not. So I'm going to propose a pay increase of $12,500. That's my motion.
Can you say what that would bring her up to, just to make sure we're all on the same page, starting from the same point?
That would bring her to 97, well, right around 9, that'd bring her right around 108. The band, the average band is 100 to 110. That would bring her to right about 108.
I'll stick with my number.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Discussion.
The only comment I would make is that fringes are what, about 40%, 30%? So 12.5 would be closer to 15, just so everybody's on the same page for the PML impact. Otherwise, I support it.
A question though, do her fringe benefits change from what they already are with the raise?
Well, the retirement would.
The retirement.
Yeah, some
The
of
numbers go up, the numbers get bigger, that's all.
Okay.
So it's about what, you said?
They're 35, 40% in that range. Well, everything added in, so.
Is that a proposal to reduce it? or
Oh, no,
just
no, no,
an
no, no,
observation?
just information so everybody knows what they're voting on. So that Mr. Ingham knows how much he's gonna his reserves are getting hit for.
You're right, it gets close to maybe a little under 15, if you add, the 15%.
Okay. I'm just adding in my head. Yeah.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No nays? Congratulations.
Now here, every time we talked about your raise, you left the room, and then we made her sit through this whole
Yeah,
conversation.
I know. Okay, so we are entering into kind of a stretch here. You want to take a 5-minute restroom break before we start?
Good, I'm good.
Are we good?
Let's go.
Nobody's interested in you now. You're,
Already got somebody moving, so.
okay, we're going to plow through then. Next item is consideration of development proposals received for the community redevelopment area properties, right? Business Relations Manager Greg Pauley is here to present 2 proposals for the CRA. Good evening.
Good evening again.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience.
City Council. As you know, we have just wrapped up a bid window recently, and our brokers in attendance here tonight are prepared. Earlier this evening, they gave you a quick summary of the 2 proposals that have been vetted and made it to this point in the process. And I'm going to turn the podium over to Colonel Worthman and let him reintroduce briefly the proposals. We have the 2 teams for the proposed developers in the room with us tonight, and each of them have a brief slide presentation. Once they get into their comments, we will pull up the slides and let them work through that with you. But at this time, Colonel?
Thank you, Greg.
Welcome, Colonel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Okay, I'm just going to go through it very quickly here again so the public knows what's going on if they missed it from the CRA. Basically, we have 2 pieces of land we're talking about. One is 8447 North 56th Street. It's the L-shaped parcel where the old Indian restaurant is located. The other one is 8901 North 56th Street. It's the piece of land, 1.75 acres just down from the fountain shops. We looked at vetting the buyers, and we, on 8447, which is first up, and we'll discuss, we had 19 concrete leads and five bids, and then after a vetting process, which I'll talk about here, we had 1 bidder, and that's who's here today to present the proposal. Our vetting process for both of them used the same, which was to ensure the concept was in line with the city vision, the land development code, the redevelopment plan or comprehensive plan. The buyer was legitimate and had monies to fund the project. The purchase offer was in the target window of the listing price. Due diligence met the guidelines of 90 to 120 days, and the project could be completed within 24 months. We all vetted the developer. They had experience in completing the same project or the same type of project, and that if we needed an end user or an operator that was identified going into the contract. The second end user on one of the pieces of parcels would be identified prior to the end of the due diligence period. So on 8447, the buyer is Suhail Rifi, and he's not present here tonight, but he's a local Temple Terrace businessman. He met all of the vetting process there. His offer was exactly our price, which was listing price, which was $1 million. His team today, and they will discuss, will be Mr. Charlie Martin, and along with their architect, Bradley Smith. You're up.
Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Ross and City Council and City staff. We're honored to be here to present our presentation for Temple Terrace. As Rob mentioned, the principal, Suhail Rifi, is a longtime resident of Temple Terrace. He went to University of South Florida, and since then has lived here, has raised his family here to young adults, and is very interested in seeing the vision of the CRA come to being. And I think that we bring a dynamic, really game-changing proposal to the city to spur development and make it well, every great city needs a great hotel, and we want to provide that great hotel to you. So with that said, I've got Brad Smith, who is our lead consultant architect. Sure. He has developed and designed hotels over 4 continents. One of his hotels in Bhutan that he designed, developed, and oversaw the construction of became Condé Nast. Is that how you say it? Condé Nast?
Yes.
Best unique hotel honor. So Phil Lensing, who is sitting back there, he's a lead architect. He has over 20 years experience in design. Brad does too. Brad went to the University of South Florida, was a Temple Terrace resident here during that period. And, we've assembled a great team with really experienced people. We've narrowed down our choices of operators to 3 operators. One of them wishes to remain undisclosed at this point. I can disclose the other 2 that we're talking to. Millennium Hotel Hospitality Management Group is one, and the other group is Charter One Hotels that really develops unique hotel properties throughout the United States. Suhail, in our presentation, there's a little biography of him, but he's involved in many different businesses. I've been working with him for the last 5 years, helping him develop restaurants, warehouses, other ventures, but he's involved in a lot of different ventures. He's very entrepreneurial in nature. His philosophy is just assembling the right people to form a good team to carry out his visions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brad to walk you through our PowerPoint presentation, and we'll be available for any questions that you may have. We do have the site plan that we're proposing here that, I don't know, said that here is okay?
Yeah. That's good for now. That'll be fun for now.
Okay, very good.
We will get it up for the public to see, but go ahead with your presentation
I
first.
think I have a smaller copy of a projector.
Okay.
Okay,
Good evening.
well,
Thank you for having me and us as a team. If you can bring up the presentation, I can walk through it. Okay. So the property is located at the corner of North 56 and River Hills Drive, and it's kind of a unique shape at this point. It has a sort of a condensed entry point and then a larger area towards the River Hill side and the park. The idea, concept around it is to bring a luxury-style boutique hotel, about 6 stories, under 75 keys. It would have a food and beverage component. We don't know exactly what that is. And it would complement the retail street edge that would be developed eventually along 56. So we're looking at the overall property as a 20-year master plan. How does it affect Temple Terrace as a whole? How does it affect the transit region as a whole, connecting the different edges to the property? So if I could just get to the next one here, let's see. If I could get to the site.
Wait, a couple more.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. I don't have a laser pointer, so if possible, I could hold this up.
Hold it.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what they're holding up is just a bigger picture of that. Okay, now you can see it.
So the idea is having 2 things with the site. One, the response to the overall location. How does it impact the residential area to the east, the park that's existing here to the south, and also the pretty urban core here with retail. The proposal also talks about, locating an iconic tower. That's something when you come into Temple Terrace and you come across the bridge, you look up above the canopy of the waterfront, and you'll see something that's sort of a marquee. It's like a distinguishing tower that has a distinguishing iconic tower there. So once we're off the intersection, we're going to come in through here, and much like a lot of the resort plans, you have a procession, like a boulevard, as you will, as you turn in here. You'll come up to the porte cochere of the building. Entry points would be to the front side here, western side. Down to the southern edge, we feel that because this is somewhat of a pedestrian street, that we could utilize this in sort of a plaza, have maybe the pool or maybe some of the food and beverage components here, and also at night, because we're illuminating the stretch, it would really provide safe passage for pedestrians. Also, as a security point of view, it kind of energizes this edge from a pedestrian standpoint. Some of the other discussions we had are, how does this site and this development impact future growth? If there's an access between these 2 properties, potentially an access from the bus terminal here back, like if you're on a bicycle or pedestrian path, and then ultimately down here. So we look at this as the 3 sides, the iconic tower, the tower being off to the side, implementing and augmenting this area here for pedestrian utilization. The second part would be the retail components that would be along the 56th Street corridor. Right now, under this contract, we have this parcel up here, which could be a 1 or a 2-story type of food and beverage. It could be, a 3-meal restaurant, something like that. This parcel also under consideration would also be, so we plan on containing the street edge that way with retail and food and beverage up to maybe 2 stories here and there.
Just for clarification, the parcel on the corner, we're attempting to buy that property and secure it and incorporate it into the overall design. We have a purchase agreement submitted to that property owner, and we feel it's essential and would be a huge game changer for the CRA and the entire city if we could incorporate that into our project. We're working really hard on that. We haven't secured that property.
So ultimately, the use of the property would obviously generate a huge tax base for the city. There could be in future a bed tax for the amount of the rooms that we're using. The edges were very sympathetic to the existing ecology, water usage, the pedestrian pathways that I mentioned, and the parking would be contained mostly to the northern side, which is abutting a project which is in transition now. It's formerly like a mall. It's got a new facade being put on there. We'd have that pathway in between the northern side of the property to buffer some of that parking. We also provide ample utilization for utilities to get in. We've located very sensitively our refuge area to the northern east side, so it's not at all going to be a problem for any of the existing businesses or anything. We would also explore and are thinking of a separate entrance off of South River Hills Drive. Wouldn't be the main entrance, but it could provide some outlet for the property and have energizing that edge with people coming from the park that are coming over to utilize our property. With that, I would turn it over for questions unless, Charlie, you have anything else to add?
Well, I think one of the key components that we see driving interest in this property and providing a need for the hotel is to try and produce that rooftop bar as a draw for the community, a draw for people coming to utilize this. The hotel backs up onto River Park, which is just beautiful. We didn't intend to buy, look at this property and buy it and develop a hotel here. We were out looking for other purposes, but, really fell in love with a piece of property and saw the potential for it. We did a highest and best use study, which came back to develop the hotel and the small retail component on this property. I think that we've answered all the questions that the CRA was looking for with our design. It'll be a Mediterranean design of really high quality. It won't be just, your days in hotel stuck on this property. It's going to be a unique boutique hotel that we're going to develop. And we hope you look favorably on our proposal. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, gentlemen. Prior to us asking questions, I usually ask the public if they have any comments. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Okay, council member questions? Questions?
I have no question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'll look this way first. Vice Mayor.
Yes. Mr. Pauly, have you, in your discussions with the potential buyer, discussed the overall pedestrian plan that we've been working on with Kimberly Horn?
That information has been shared primarily through our brokerage team. They are aware that the entire area, especially adjacent this parcel, is under consideration for improvements for that purpose.
And we'll be able to work all that in, mush that all together into a
He's actually got something on the diagram here that lends right to it.
In looking at it, it actually goes back to the USF CRA study. Read through that and picked up a lot of the ideas and trying to incorporate them in our design. But that's why we're proposing this, if we can get the adjacent property owner to work with us, is to create from the bus stop between our two properties this walkway that goes down to the city. And part of our proposal is that we would contribute $25,000 to do some kind of fountain or other focal point to draw people back down into River Park, down to Riverside Park and Riverfront Park. So many parks.
we don't get them straight either sometimes, so that's all right.
Yeah. But we've looked at that. It's not our preference to have the cross-access agreement, but I know that's essential to have the intermodal forms of transportation and stuff in place. So we've created a cross-access agreement here. We don't want to create, just a highway for people to run through our property. So we've, made it a little bit circuitous to get through there. But I think that we've come up with a good design. It'll be a beautiful hotel. The rooftop bar and food service up on top is definitely something that we're going to try and incorporate. What we have proposed in the presentation stuff, the elevations, they're more conceptual massing designs, really. We have a lot of work to do to come up with architectural, going through refining our conceptual all through design development, bringing in our operator to contribute. But we see this as a really high quality project.
Just wanted to make sure that everybody was talking with all of our future endeavors and plans. Thank you.
We considered the overlay district, the
Perfect.
DOD, all that stuff in our proposal and designs. Unfortunately, my civil engineer couldn't be here, he's on his honeymoon, so.
Come on.
Councilmember Donahue?
Yeah, you mentioned the pond, and that was one of my questions. By the way, I do like the fact that you recognize that the property to the north of you, one of his issues has been a little extra wiggle room. Okay, so you've given him that without, like you said, making it a thoroughfare, which I think is well done. I like the way that's laid out. How do you intend to maximize the pond? Are you going to, do you want it fenced in? Do you want it open? Or, you know, what is your vision?
The existing wall back here, we see that will be cut down, you know, and then put like a wrought iron fence, because we want to keep a sense of identity for the hotel, a differentiation between that and the park. But we see that it being cut down. We're showing little pilasters along there to break up, you know, wrought iron fence scheme, and keep it very Mediterranean with, you know, the capitals, stuff like that. So,
Yeah, we've had much discussion about that pond and how it could be a feature.
yeah.
So,
It's gorgeous when you look back out there. And we see that, you know, our coffee breakfast area would be able to open up onto that area, be open to the public to ride their bike up there, grab a cup of coffee, enjoy the view, and certainly welcome them to the rooftop bar.
yeah.
Other questions, council members? Councilmember Chambers?
Right. I know it's not comment, it's Springdale Lake, not the pond. Sorry. A question though, and I know it's only concept plan, but in your verbal presentation, you mentioned the hotel would be a 6-story. In your PowerPoint, it says 5.
Well, I think it's a 5-story with the rooftop utilization, which we call the crown. So,
Exactly.
yeah, we envision a 72-room hotel, keeping it truly a boutique hotel. One of the constraints on this property is parking, and so we've designed our project to, you know, meet all the parking requirements that we're proposing at this point. If we can acquire that other property here, you know, we have conceptual plans to incorporate that into our scheme and bring the entrance to that property off our existing hotel design.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a couple of questions. And bear with me if they're in the backup material. I've read a lot of backup material today, so it's all starting to. Do you have other boutique hotels?
As Suhail and I do not. We're bringing in the experienced operators that do. And our design team, you know, has extensive experience, you know, worldwide in creating unique properties and boutique hotels.
That leads me to my second question, and I mean, people do business a variety of different ways. Do you develop and then sell, or do you develop and hold these properties in your portfolio? What's your?
The intention is that we would develop and continue to own the property and bring in an operator to operate the hotel.
Is that what you do with other properties that you've developed?
Again, you know, this is our first hotel that we've done. But we're bringing an extremely talented and experienced team that has, you know, worldwide hotel experience.
I guess with a lot of developers, particularly newer developers, what they tend to do is work with an operator if can. A lot of times in the conceptual phase, we don't have all the contracts ironed out. As Charles said, we're working with a couple different operators we're looking at. For example, Charter One is one that does the IHG brand, which is Hilton, Holiday Inn and Suites, Hampton Inn. They do a lot of, well, I won't say a lot of boutique hotels, but they do have some very successful ones. One of which is in Seneca Falls. It's called the Gould Hotel. It was actually an urban renewal project. It was a historic building. And that's one of their highest performing properties in all their portfolio. The difference and the problem we have here is if you have a very urban site, you tend to look more towards a business hotel. We don't feel that with the park components and all this beautiful natural spot that would be the best use. So we're almost looking at like a resort style light. It would be under 75 keys. A resort style with a business center and a convention center is usually above 300 keys for a hotel. But some of the examples, like the Ritz-Carlton brand, where I've worked on a couple of different properties, are some of their best performing. Now, this is not a boutique hotel, but the idea is that the Ritz-Carlton, this is in Fort Myers, this is ranked consistently one of the top hotels in Florida. The idea of part of it without the convention center and the business center, more so than an urban business hotel, but more of like a resort light. The main focus of the entryway where we've set it back from the street to give that transition. So as you come up to the property, it'd have a more transition feeling. So the boutique hotel will definitely work these. IHG regularly operates in the Gulf Coast area, the Hiltons, the Hamptons, and Holiday Inns. They're all 72, 75 key. They're usually on new urban plan developments. They're not on a site that is constrained in a way and also focused with the river, which we have here, which is great opportunities, but not the most ideal. They usually have, like in Lakewood Ranch, they'll have just, 100 acres just wide open. So they usually do them more linear style, like a four-story linear style with an entry portico shared. That's usually the 72, 70 key hotel style. We're going to try to take that and make it as boutique to make it more vertical. So like Charlie said, we can have that rooftop garden, that iconic tower coming up from the south. So it's a tweener, but it should be very successful.
Let me ask you, pardon my ignorance in the hotel business. I've learned just enough to be dangerous. So you mentioned some of the operators that operate different brands. So would you operate a boutique hotel under one of those nationally known brands? Or would it be, as a boutique hotel, would it be called something unique so that you didn't know that it was a Hilton property or a, how does that work?
Well, from a planning standpoint, what we would do is, in lieu of not having a developer, operator on as a contract, if the owner did want to operate it as such and did a prospectus and had everything covered and wanted to do this and get into that market, which a lot of people do, it's a very lucrative market, we would still design the hotel around a type of brand that if ownership decided to ever bring in an operator down the road, they don't have to do renovations of the hotel because we've already set it up like a Holiday Inn and Suites or something. So the planning aspect, particularly in this phase, we're grouping it around a style of hotel that's commonly used here on the Gulf Coast, like I said, like the IHG brands, et cetera. That way, if the developer and the owner decided to ever not operate it, maybe next month, maybe 3 years from now, there's just a simple transition in signage. So from a naming standpoint, they could really call it whatever they want.
And here's why I'm asking, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but first of all, I am really excited, I think, right? And so when you say a boutique hotel, it's like somebody saying to us, high-end retail. Well, I don't know what that is. Is that a Rolex dealership or is that a, so here's what, maybe you can make me feel better here, I'm hoping. When you say boutique hotel, I think the Hyatt Hotel in Ybor City that just opened, and that's a really, and I know you're not from here, but that's a cool place.
Oh, I know, that's very
Okay,
urban,
it
very urban.
is cool. You go in there and there's a vibe. That's my daughter's word. There's a vibe, right? They have a really cool restaurant, a nice swanky looking lounge. I mean, it's a really cool place. They have a library room with all these old books. I mean, it's just cool, right? But then I go and when I travel, I'm cheap. So I stay in some of these other hotels. I don't stay in the Hyatts. I stay in some of the other ones that are nationally known brands that are a good, dry, comfortable place to sleep, but that's about it.
To keep the light on for you?
Yeah.
And so here's the thing. I'm really pumped up about the possibility. What you're talking is great about the possibility of having a nice, because we need people down there and these are the right people. All that stuff is great. I'm ready to go break ground. But when I think about what I stay in when I'm driving along the interstate and I get off and it's another, and they're both hotels. One is something to get really excited about as a mayor and the other is not. So that's what I'm trying to understand is what are you proposing here? Is the building constructed in such a way that it could never become that? What's the difference in the hotel business that keeps it from ever becoming what I'm worried about?
The Ramada Inn.
Yeah, in the hospitality business.
I don't want to diss any. Yeah, no, you know what I'm saying. There's a big difference between a Ritz-Carlton and something else.
The hospitality industry really is all about amenities and upgrading in the amenities. If we had a new project site out in Lakewood Ranch, we wouldn't consider a rooftop deck and a food and beverage outlet because, let's face it, it's just nothing out there. So when I say boutique hotel, it's almost like you have a van and you have a sedan and then you have the minivan. We're sort of both. We're a small urban style under 150 key urban hotel, but we're also kind of like a resort of a 300 room and above with some meeting rooms that could open up into weddings. We have a pre-function space plaza in the back that could overflow into the park for photo ops for weddings and things. So the boutique is a term to say that we're not one or the other. We're kind of a one-off, and this property is very exciting. Me personally, I used to live around the corner when I was at USF, and I used to come to the park all the time, canoeing and bring the dog over there. And when I saw this, I thought, what a beautiful, opportunity to create something, not just for Temple Terrace, but for the region as a whole. It's boutique in a way that it's more than just any hotel on any location. It's going to be specific. The energized street edge with the pedestrian corridors on the side, maybe on 3 sides when you talk about the north, the east, and the south. So it's all about the amenities. It is, if you strip down all the amenities, you didn't do the roof bar, you did everything, it could just be a Ramada or a Wingate or whatever,
While you're on amenities, what about a restaurant?
Food and beverage, the service, that's an amenity. The specialization of other services like a spa treatment area, ballrooms that can modify into larger ballrooms to host weddings or bar mitzvahs or parties, et cetera. Those are the amenities you won't have if you just stopped out here and down the road at the nearest Hampton Inn.
You're gonna have a sit-down restaurant in here?
Well, we're talking about an F&B component. Again, we're not that far into the planning with it. And we do have the retail out at the street edge on 56 that definitely will be hard food and beverage right there. There's probably maybe 2 restaurants at the edge. So it's that sweet spot. What do we offer the guests that they'll enjoy while they're at their stay, being someone, a family member at Moffitt or a new graduate student or something, USF, the family staying here for a week. What do they have? They may not need a full food and beverage, a full-time restaurant because there's 2 out there. However, having a pool deck with something up top where you can have a light meal or maybe just a grab and go or something. So that's the boutiqueness of it, if that's a word. It's some of a luxury 300-room key resort, and also a lot like a business urban resort. It's somewhere in between, very specific to the property. So.
You'd get a lot further if you had told me you were gonna have a nice restaurant.
Well, if I may, the design is really constrained about parks, parking spots, and we would love to have a restaurant there. We come up against that parking ratio thing to say that we're going to have a huge restaurant up there. So it's going to have to be a small, and our intent is to try and find a name operator, a chef that has some name within the community or city of Tampa that would like to come in and operate the hotel. Even though Suhail, operates restaurants and he does an excellent job, he has a Kiki's franchise, and I think that was mentioned in the literature. We just picked up the Chicken Guy Peretti's concept, and have just secured our first site for that. So he's in the food and industry, but for what we envision for this hotel is we'd like to have a celebrity chef to open up a restaurant within the hotel and operate that himself, because that's their expertise. And bring in the operator. We would be the owner of the property and bring in a qualified operator. And we've narrowed it down to 3, but I probably had 8, 9 different operators that have expressed interest in the project.
Great, thank you. All right, council. what are we gonna do?
What's our next step?
We need a motion, if this is appropriate, we need a motion to ask the city manager to negotiate a contract with these folks.
Okay, I move to authorize the city manager, city attorney to work on a contract.
I'll
to
second that
purchase the
motion.
property.
It's great.
Motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? I like it. I think it's terrific. I think it's a wonderful idea, a good use for the property. It's right there on the shores of Sea of Springdale.
Lake Spring.
This is,
There's the name of your hotel right
no,
there.
I like it. I like it a lot.
On the shores of Springdale Lake.
All right, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No nays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
It's a wonderful project.
Thank you.
very
Look
much.
forward to it.
All right, next up, Colonel.
Mr. Mayor, council members, okay. So the next one is the bidder for 8901. On this particular one, we had 9 hard leads and 5 offers. And then after our same vetting process that I talked to you about before, we came down to 1 bidder that met all the requirements. And they're out of Birmingham, Alabama. Their company's known as Streamland Development Partners. They're a real estate development company focusing on retail and restaurant. And tonight we have Mr. Joe Snyder, who's a partner of that company. He'll be talking, I think. And then you've got his other elements, Ford Fitz and Carter Amshire, with him as well. And you guys are up.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, City Council, City staff, thank you. Thank you for having us. Thanks for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Joe Schneider. I'm with Streamline Development Partners. I'm out of Birmingham, Alabama. We've got some other offices in Oxford, Mississippi, Dallas, Texas, and Santa Rosa, Florida. We're here tonight with a laser-like focus on 8901 with the Temple Shops down at 56 and Fowler. We've got a development plan that we'd like to share with you this evening. We are a retail developer for a bunch of other national retailers on a preferred basis. We find that we have an opportunity to perform one time with the national retailer, and we do multiple work. So we're here tonight to talk about Chipotle Mexican Grill, who has sincere interest in trying to locate here as the lead tenant in this proposed development. Can I ask, is this just?
That's it right
Yeah,
click it?
Just point it
Point it? Great.
this way. It's the right button.
Fantastic.
There you go.
Okay, great. So a couple slides, a little bit about us. We've been in business for about 5 years. We're averaging about 25 to 30 development projects per year. We work from the Carolinas to Texas. We work again with national retailers, Fortune 500 companies primarily. And we are here again tonight to talk about Temple Terrace. We have got some other national retail partners that we've done work with. Some of those we've done multiple development performances with in multiple states. This is a little bit about our team. We're the developer. We have a national architect, Duncan Design Group out of the Ohio area, that is the national architect for Chipotle that we engage with these projects, and then a civil engineer yet to be determined for the project at this point. A little bit about Chipotle. Typically they operate out of about a 2,300 square foot retail box, if we can call it that. We'll talk a little bit about more on the details in a moment. Typically engage and hire 20 to 30 employees, and they do sales typically between $2.5 and $3 million per unit as an average unit store sale. And then the development, as we would anticipate, would be hard costs, including land, conservatively $4 to $5 million. A typical standalone Chipotle project averages about 3 to 3.5. So between phase 1, which would be Chipotle, phase 2, a TBD at the moment. We have not identified who that user would be. We'd envision that the total development costs would likely be north of 5, potentially by another couple $1 million, $5 to $7 million. There's a little bit about the negotiation terms. I'm happy to come back and talk about that as questions might arise. Land Development Code, I think we are asking for a couple potential variances, one being with the Chipotle lane, which is unique and different. A lot of people want to say it's a pickup window or a drive-through. It's not. So Chipotle was the originator, and they have hence named the name Chipotle Lane after what they do, and they do extremely well and have performed extremely well during the COVID period. So instead of pulling up to a menu order board, which we're all accustomed to with Starbucks and McDonald's and the other, what you do, and they have tried to make this very tech savvy, is you get on an app, you order your burrito, you order ahead, you pull up to the window, so there is no menu board, there is no ordering point, and they hand you your food. If you're early, or if they're extremely busy for some reason, you pull up to a dedicated spot and one of the associates walks the food out to you. So it does not have the queuing issue or challenges that you might see with a bunch of the other national retailers that oftentimes are stacking out into the middle of the street, which we will let those remain nameless, but we have seen it happen. So let me jump into this. I'm sorry, it might be a little bit hard to see, but what that reflects is the northern end of the property with the Chipotle, which is almost streetscape, but mimics the Starbucks to the north, with a wraparound Chipotle lane, which would allow the access for the consumer to come and pick up their food and beverage on that western side of the property and then exit headed to the east. And again, if their food and beverage was not ready, they could go and utilize one of the dedicated parking spaces and wait on their food to be delivered to them at their vehicle. This is a proposed rendering. This is a rendering that we use as kind of a little bit off the shelf, a little bit of a Mediterranean flair. This is a project that was done out in California. Chipotle is a great partner with municipalities and takes input and likes to be, part of what the vibe is or the architectural flair. So this is just one that's got a lot of flexibility from a design standpoint. And we think that probably the best way to do this would make something that's complementary to the development immediately north with the Starbucks and the Chase Bank. And these are more stock type prototypes that we have developed for them, several in Alabama and Mississippi. And then these are a few in design. Again, some more stock prototypes, D'Iberville, Mississippi, Miramar Beach, Florida, where we're limited to a color palette, but the interesting one is Madison, Mississippi. There's a mayor that is very fond of Greek and Roman architecture, and if it doesn't have columns and some element of something out of Rome, it's not going to be built there. So we are spending another couple $100,000 to appease her and keep her happy, and that will be delivered probably sometime next year. So there is a bunch of flexibility, and we can be fluid, as will the tenant, if we're granted the opportunity to develop here. Elephant in the room, just jumping back, we have phase one, again, with the laser focus of what we plan to do. I heard and appreciated attaching exhibits to contracts. So we left phase two as future development. Since we do not have that, we don't want to claim that we have a development plan at the moment that we are ready to propose to you, but we're working through that with some other national retail concepts that we hope we're able to get close with and have a modified site plan at some time in the not too distant future. But this is what we can commit to today, and that's what we have on paper, and we hope to modify that with some other retail as we move forward in short order. So that, I guess, closes my proposal. Thank you for letting me share it, and open for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Council member questions?
What's the seating for people who don't want to go through the Chipotle lane?
Great question. Typically, it's somewhere between 40 to 50 indoor seats, and then they have a large patio component. This being very walkable and pedestrian friendly. I think we've shown on here a little bit larger patio. Typically, it's 400 to 500 square feet. I think this one would be 800 to 1,000, so a lot of outdoor seating with probably another 20 to 40 seats outside.
Yeah, the only one in the plaza now is Starbucks, who has a real presence in the outdoor seating.
Yes.
Of course, in the last few weeks, nobody's wanted to sit out there anyway, so it was fine. But also, the other question is, I see the two waivers that you've asked for. One is with the drive lane. We already have drive-throughs in there, so I can't speak for all of council, but, I mean, we've already gone down that road, so most likely that would not be a problem. But it says here the minimum height is 2 stories. Are our other buildings 2 stories? Jersey Mike's?
No, ma'am, they are not.
Okay.
The current, within the code is a 2-story. You may recall that when the plaza was negotiated, it was negotiated as a lower level but higher facades with the tower and the archways rising up above the normal roof lines. So that was a consideration that was granted to that project at the time. So the language is still in the code. He simply has called it out for your attention at this point.
So would we be doing the same thing that we did with that building? Or
That, of
just-
course, would be up to the council, but obviously he has seen all that. I think he's spoken directly to Gus about some of these requirements. So he's not going into this blind. He totally understands what he's going into.
Okay, so it's not an issue for you if we want it to continue to look that way?
No, not at all.
We're not asking for Greek columns or anything like that?
Roman.
Not yet, sorry.
I think this one, if I can maybe get back, thank you very much, to other way. I think we could bring up the architectural features to, again, similarly mirror the northern half of the development and complement that. So no issue, but giving it some height is certainly something that is something we've contemplated and could do.
Okay. And I know that you're looking for other properties. So are you leaning toward a sit-down restaurant, or are you leaning toward doctor's office? I mean, which way do you think you probably do this all the time on these projects.
We do. We work with, multiple national retailers, and it doesn't have to be a national retailer, but we're trying to figure out what's going to be the best, complement for this development and I guess the overall development in the area. So, we think different breakfast concepts might be something that might be, I can see maybe
that
that
tiki.
could be something that would be very complimentary here as well. So we just don't have it, and retailers move at their own pace, and we don't have a second one that's committed today. But Chipotle is very interested and would like to pursue this. So we're kind of 50% there. We just don't have the second half yet spoken for.
Councilmember Chambers?
Thank you. The question probably for city attorney, the 2 waivers that are asked for, how does that work? Because usually we do that on site plan. How would this work on the sale of the property?
If we're working on an agreement now, it's not going to include the waivers. They haven't been granted yet. So no variances, no waivers. They'd basically be buying the property and taking their chances with you. They could seek the waivers ahead of time and then wait and do the contract, but I don't know what their timeline is, so.
I guess a question for you is, understanding that, are we still good?
Well, we certainly would like to mitigate risk if for instance, the drive-through is not granted, then I can't speak for Chipotle, but given experience, they would probably decline to locate here because that's such a critical component to their business. So again, not speaking for them, but that one is important. The second story, could we do it? Could we build a second story? I think if it's more of an architectural feature, that really isn't an issue. So we could take that waiver off the table if it's.
I am just trying to figure out how to get this done. I mean, current thing, you buy the property, you design it, you submit your request for waivers at site plan review, and some of these council members won't be here for that.
Yes, sir.
So that's all I'm trying to,
A good point.
that's all. I don't have an answer, I just wanted to bring it up.
Councilmember Abel, I saw her first.
I have a question about the Chipotle. From a bicyclist and pedestrian safety standpoint, is there any demarcation or border that prevents people from walking in there? Because you probably heard a little bit about what we're trying to do in terms of creating pedestrian walkways. How does that fit into what you're proposing?
So it is, it's marked very well with signage that is installed with every development, and then it's marked with, painted striping per each development, that's approved by the city, and probably equally as important, approved by Chipotle, who, is rolling out hundreds of these stores, each year and trying to get better, and certainly very, cognizant of pedestrian safety.
And just to make sure I heard you correctly, you said that it's designed so that there is not queuing, so that they just go in, grab what they're getting, and then just go on from there?
That's correct. I can't say that there might not be two cars that show up at the same time and the order is being delivered to the car in front of them, but the intent is not to queue cars. So if it's not ready when the customer is at the window, there are typically 3 or 4 dedicated pickup parking spaces, and they go and sit in one of those spaces, and the food's delivered to them by an associate from the store.
Okay. And on your site plan, the places with dots, those are the patio areas, right?
I believe so. If I could turn this back on. There we
That
go.
means, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time
It's really tiny.
seeing that as well. So the patios are going to be, our patio is going to be just on the eastern side of the edge of the building, between that and the parking stalls, where I think that's a number 6 or 4. But that's going to be all patio and outdoor seating out front.
Okay, so that's almost as big as the building itself.
It's pretty large on this one, and the intent was to be more focused on outdoor dining, given a lot of things that I heard this evening and COVID and just the Florida environment, which lends itself to outdoor dining. So
As long as there's shade.
as long as there's shade, lots of umbrellas. They put up lots of umbrellas.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, how big approximately is the area reserved for future Phase 2?
I'd say of the 1.7 acres, about 40% is dedicated to Phase 1 right now. So call it about 7/10 of an acre, and the other 60%, about an acre.
How big a footprint could you put on that?
From a single tenant standpoint, to meet parking ratios, if it was a restaurant, probably, 3,000 to 5,000 square feet.
Pretty good size. So there'd be no restrictions or limitations by Chipotle for another restaurant facility on the.
They wouldn't like to see Taco Bell next door.
No,
but,
obviously.
Us either.
No. In all seriousness, they're pretty good. If it's not a direct competitor, they're pretty lenient.
That's what I was hoping.
How do they
Okay, good.
feel about brew pubs?
Great.
Councilmember Chambers?
Sorry to bring the waiver thing back up again, but if we figure out how to get this done on your waivers, this is for Phase 1. Phase 2 is not pertaining to these waivers because you don't know what's going in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you could put a 2-story building in Phase 2 with no drive-through or anything, or request a waiver at that time.
I think theoretically we could, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, council members? Mr. Snyder, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank
If I
you.
could just have a few words there, just to add.
Sure.
First of all, I talked to the CRA, is the right of first refusal, and that'll be in the contract, too, for the second end user. That's important, so for the city to know what they're gonna put in there.
Yeah.
The other thing is, as far as the waivers goes, if you're not gonna make a decision tonight, which you may not, I'm sure that in the contract that it will be an escape clause for them. If they don't get the waivers, then they're out, and it's during the due diligence period, I'd imagine. But those waivers that they asked for have already been granted. So I think it's fairly good to say they're gonna do that. As far as our concern with the second end user, we're looking at a lot of things. We're looking at breweries. We're looking at a lot of different things that could possibly go in there. We're also looking at possibility of maybe office space, 2 stories, 3 stories office space with retail on the bottom. So those are the kind of things we're looking at to be on that second piece of land, which is about 5,000 square feet available. So if we're not looking in the right direction, please let us know. But that's where we're out there looking at locals and other places as well, helping and assisting them with their looking for that second end user.
Thank you, Colonel. All right, council, what are we going to do?
Make a motion? Discussion?
Well, let's have a little discussion. I mean, you can make a motion if you so desire.
Make a motion for discussion.
I will second that motion to.
Okay.
Move to direct the city manager and the city attorney to enter into discussions on the sale of the property as described herein. Given the requests of the Chipotle's requirements, to incorporate that into the discussion in any way they see fit.
I second that.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Gosh, I can't, maybe I'm the only one that feels this way, I don't know. I would love to have a Chipotle in town, but not there. I just don't see this being consistent with what we're trying to build. We're trying to build a walkable kind of interesting place that people go, they come there on their golf carts, or they ride their bikes, or they park their cars, and then they walk and they stay. They have time in this public feature where they walk their kids and their dogs, and they do all the kinds of things that people do in Hyde Park or Dunedin or Safety Harbor. The kind of a feel that it's, and a lot of it is a feel. It's the kind of feel that we're trying to build down here. And I love Chipotle for lunch. It's not that. It's not directed at them. It's not directed at them. They're wonderful people. I know they know what they're doing. I just think we're putting a square peg in a round hole. I would love to have Chipotle at 6 different locations in our city, but not there. We don't need another fast casual, I'm gonna use the right term, because fast food's not the right term. It's a fast casual dining or whatever the right term, I saw it in there. I just don't think that's the right thing. We've got the Burger King, yes, we have some drive-throughs. We've got a Starbucks, because the only way to get a Starbucks is to let them have a drive-through.
Right.
You're not gonna get one otherwise.
Right.
And we have a bank, which, all right, we have a bank,
Yeah.
right? And that's just not, I just don't feel like this, I just don't think this is what we're trying to build. I really don't. I think we're trying to build a pedestrian-friendly, walkable little, and we've got a good start. We've got a couple of interesting restaurants that people rave about. We've got an ice cream place that people love to go. We've got a massage place that people are talking about. We're not there yet, but we're getting the right kind of, and I just don't think this is what the community envisioned when we embarked on this project. I know we have to be flexible. I know we have to adapt to changing trends, and we need to be relevant. I mean, trends do change. What people want changes, and we have to keep up. And maybe I'm the only one who's behind here, but I'm sorry, I'm just not feeling that this is the right place.
You're not the only one. I would say I'm kind of on the fence about it personally, because what you said is spot on, but I think the other side is like, there's this sort of fear of missing an opportunity. And if we pass this up, then what's the next thing? Because we've waited so long, and then this is something that's, popular. And I think that's the reason I'm on the fence, but in the face of doubt, I'd be less inclined to support it than more inclined. So hearing you say that pushes me more toward the not wanting to go in that direction.
So somebody talk me into this, to help me at least feel better about it. If we're gonna do it, I'm not gonna pout, but I wanna feel a little better. I don't wanna be,
Well, you just got me
somebody
feeling
help me out
worse.
here, huh?
You just got me feeling worse.
No, I wanna convince me that what we're doing's the right thing.
Well, I was just going to say, would you please come up here?
Yeah,
Because
I just would
you're.
rather frame this as a question.
Yeah.
Than making a comment. But what are you actually envisioning there if it's not, at least this is one of the bricks in the foundation? That's a very large retail space. I mean, if you're going to build on that 1.7 acres, you're talking about a lot of retail space. So what are you envisioning if this is not the start? And just usually the way retail works, it's a situation where it becomes a symbiotic relationship. You have co-tenancy throughout typical retail establishments. And so you have your Starbucks was there, it's drawing many of the same type of consumer, and then you still have the ability to build somewhere between 3,500 to 5,000, which would be perfect for the brew pub. And again, symbiotic, where you have a bar and a Chipotle and a Starbucks. So if that's not going to be one of the bricks in the foundation of that new development, just to the south of that, what do you envision, and is it realistic? Because if you're talking about trying to put a strip in there, that's a completely different timeline we're going to be talking about, and you're also looking at a standpoint of it is somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 8,000 feet that you'd be, or 9,000 feet you'd be building on. It's an awful large retail space. So I think we have to think about what are we trying to do, and is it feasible for what we're trying to do? And this is typically the way retail works, where you get one brick in the foundation and then you get co-tenancy that comes along with it. So it's really a question more than trying to say this is right or it's wrong. What are we trying to do? I want to make sure that we're having realistic expectations of what can be done on the site. So I would just leave it back up to you.
If I may,
Thank you.
This project has had iteration after iteration since 2000, 2002. The original charrettes all wanted this, they wanted that, they wanted bookstores, we wanted all the nifty little things, and nobody would build it, okay? How many views did you have on the thing? 41,000? 41,000. Of that, we get, what, 19 really interested, and then 5 real and one viable. For the last 10 years, people were asking me, well, what are we going to do down there? We want this. Well, nobody wants to build that, okay? We wanted residential, we wanted, retail on the bottom and residential on top. Nobody wants to build that. So we went back out to the market, and then we went back out to the market again, and we got people who were now interested in it and pretty much paying what we were asking for it, okay? That's why I was asking, what's the south part of that plot? How much is that worth? How big is it? And what can go on there? Because Chipotle, I've eaten at Chipotle once in my life in all likelihood. I'm not sold on Chipotle, but it's a start. And it's something that will spin off another 5,000 square feet of something else.
You're driving traffic, you're driving retail traffic.
Right, that was the reason for my question at that point. What else can we get in there? What else can go there? We can still put a brew pub. I don't know, I'm not sure if that's viable or not. But if we don't show the interest in working with a developer to put in there something that's going to work for everybody, we could spend another couple of years spinning our wheels on this. And I think, it's a risky thing. What are we missing an opportunity in the future? But if we don't start somewhere, nothing's going to happen. And we had this same discussion 4 years ago, when we had the Erickson project on the corner. Okay, we walked away. Luckily, we recovered, and we were able to come up with the apartment complex as well as the retail strip for the fountains. I think we need to move forward with it. We're getting almost all our asking price, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a start. and with the, we kind of want to make that other 5,000 a little more substantive than just a Chipotle type restaurant. No aspersions on Chipotle. I know it's good, but we are looking for a little bit more than just that. But I think we need to have a start, and you'll have a significantly vested interest in making it work, in as much as you've got the investment of $1.8 million in the project itself. So that's my position on it. I mean, if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. But I'm just saying that was my thought process behind it. It's a start, and we have something else that we can build upon and move it forward. And with the other project just south of the Enigma, I think it might just be the catalyst that we need to really make it all come together. My thoughts on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Donovan.
Two words, catalyst and brick. I like both of those because they're both foundation words. And what I don't want to see in that square is something that requires a lot of parking so that we have one more desert for people to walk through. So to me, having the small restaurant on the corner, understanding that we are still working on making some pathway there. And then the next piece, the way I look at it, when I looked at your list of things that people you work with, is they bring their friends. They already know, okay, people who eat here also, they need some place for breakfast, or they need something else. I'm supposed to be convincing you a lot. Well, I'm making sure I'm going down the right path there, is that, to me, I think it's kind of ironic that the early part of this discussion, we were like, what do you mean you're not telling us exactly what you're building on this corner, Mr. Patel? And then we come down to this one and we're like, okay, we trust you, we've never met you before, and we want you to do this. I'm not undermining my own argument. My point is, as we heard before, when Tampa was looking at, with Mr. Gonsmart, and he was like, well, I need to know what else is going in here. I think that's what's happened every step of the way. We know that when Paragon was being built, he wasn't going anywhere until the day we signed the contract for the apartments, and then it happened. He had to know that we were willing. So builders need to know that they don't want the whole thing. They just want a portion of it. And I hope it's one more thing that doesn't have a lot of parking spaces. I mean, that's what's killing us now with, don't get me wrong, Winn-Dixie, I love you, but right now you're kind of the parking lot desert. So I'm going to vote in favor of this because I like what Gil said about this is a catalyst. I like what you said about it's just a brick that is a building piece. And, we keep discounting the fact that the Enigma Plaza is exactly what people wanted us to build. They wanted a area where there were stores, like the old-fashioned downtown, next to each other. And everything we're doing now on both sides of him should help him get that done. And I don't want to hurt him. I don't know him personally, but I want to help him get that thing filled with, like you just said, little shops of some kind, bookstores, whatever is existing out there. So if we were to vote right now, I definitely would vote yes.
Okay, well, Councilmember Chambers.
No, I'm not calling for the vote, I'm just saying.
No, it's okay. To convince you, Mayor, all the things I've heard, the concerns, but also the positives, I agree with the concerns, but I more agree with the positives. This building is not exactly what I want either. I would have liked to have seen our concept of redevelopment, multi-story with office or shops on the bottom and on the top residential, but that's not going to happen. And this building, Chipotle, I know groups of people that go to the one on Fowler once a week. They meet there for lunch. I'd like to have them come to Temple Terrace. So Chipotle's a good customer. So I could support that. It's just the same as the buildings just to the north of it. It will look just like that, and we could transition into more of what we want in phase 2 if we can get that built. So that's why I could support that. Also, it's not designed the greatest in the parking lot for walking. It kind of looks like the other ones, but maybe it could incorporate some of our ideas to help it become more walkable. You know, I'd like to see golf cart parking somewhere in that down there, because we want to bring golf carts in, all that, so I can support that. But 2 words, Councilmember Donnie, you had 2 words, I have 2 also, Roman columns. Think about it.
How about a Stills Castle?
Obviously, this is gonna pass, and I'm collegial here, but.
Can I say one thing to
Sure.
convince you? I think, you know, the outdoor dining part is a big component of it, and it's a good size, and with umbrellas and things, will alter the look when you're walking or driving by, and I think that's an important concept for this area. So that's just another.
Well,
No, that's a good point.
this is gonna pass, and it's okay. I mean, I have faith in my colleagues. I don't necessarily see this, but maybe you're ahead of me. I don't buy some of your arguments, but maybe you're ahead of me. I buy yours. But I'll tell you what, we haven't had, they discussed 2 waivers. They're gonna need a whole lot more than that, because if you recall what we went through with the Burger King down the road, which is not too far off from what they're proposing, that is the most complicated Burger King on the face of the earth, because it has to be a Burger King with no back. That they had to figure out how to do the dumpster enclosure, they had to figure out how to mask the back of the building. There was a whole lot more than 2 waivers to get that Burger King to work. So this is gonna be far more complicated than they realize it's going to be. But, I mean, I'm gonna go with you. I still have some doubts about it. I just don't think this is the right thing. But I do hear that, you know, you got to build something for them to come. I just don't think Chipotle is the economic driver that is gonna do this, but, okay. So, okey dokey. Well, all those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Opposed? No nays, motion passes.
You didn't
So,
run outside when you mentioned dumpsters, so that's good.
okay.
We took lots of pictures of the dumpsters in front of Starbucks and the Chase Bank development, and
Okay.
we will make it so that it's as appealing as dumpsters can be. We've been through this.
Put some murals
before.
on it.
Ma'am?
Put some murals on it.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you all for your patience and sitting through a long meeting. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. City managers report.
Wait a second.
Oh, sorry.
Did we not do board reports? Did you skip that?
We did not. I'm sorry. My mistake. We're still in new business and board reports. I apologize. Well, first of all, is there other new business to come before the council? Councilmember Chambers.
Right, and I apologize, I should have asked Dr. Spina to include this in his report, but last Friday, we had a pretty good rain event in Temple Terrace. We had, at least at my house, over 4 inches of rain in not too long, and if council's agreeable, I'd like Troy Tench, Director of Utilities, to come up and give us a very brief thing. How did our city do? How did our retention ponds and drainage do? If that's all right with you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Put him on the hot seat anytime.
I don't want staff.
You ask a question.
Oh, good evening, the Honorable Mayor, City Council, Troy Tench, Utilities Director. And yes, our system did receive about 4 inches of rain last Friday evening. I actually went out with a crew member. We drove the city, we drove to all the known hot spots, if you will, where we do see flooding during those high intensity events. And the city did fared quite well. There was some localized flooding. It did go down within a very reasonable time frame. All of our systems operated as they should. I think the Butterfly Pond, which is a small parcel of land up off of 56th Street, the county portion of 56 near Pleasant Terrace, or actually in Pleasant Terrace, there's a small lift station there. We had a little bit of an issue with that station. They went out the next day and were able to get it up and running again. But, you know, I know we did have some high water events, but they all went down as they are designed, and everything seemed to flow without too much of a hitch. So no structural flooding, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did the event reinforce your stormwater plans for culvert expansions and so forth?
Absolutely, yeah,
Anything
they-
new- I guess, did new items pop up, or is it just solidify what you?
It solidified the areas that we are trying to target with the ARPA money. The Mabel Place did have a slight flooding event, as we would expect. We also, which is one of our ARPA projects, 127th Avenue did also experience some high water, which is one of our ARPA projects. So we are, and then I'm sure the Breger also experienced a high water event. We didn't actually hear from the gentleman that lives there, but those areas will be touched upon with with the ARPA funds, so.
Thank you.
So before you sit down, I did want to say that the city manager was out of town, or was on vacation anyway. I don't know if he snuck back into town, but, so I did get some call from concerned citizens about rising water during the rain event. And so I did contact Mr. Tinch directly. Normally I would have not.
He was the acting city manager.
He was acting city manager anyway, so I did contact the city manager. And he immediately mobilized his crews. In fact, he was out himself with the crews to clear the obstruction. I think there was some obstructed grates, stormwater grates, so they went out there in that miserable weather and got that cleared up. So thank you very much, Troy.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Are you still new business? I have a new business that I forgot.
I have board reports, so I'll wait.
Okay, new business? Okay, I thank you, by the way, for jumping in and saving me, because I would have not done this. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mosey has a new president and CEO by the name of John Smith. He's a great guy, by the way. And I spoke with John several times since he's been here, and early on, I told him that Temple Terrace would be very happy and committed to assisting him in his efforts to reignite Mosey in whatever way we could. Mosey's not in our city limits, but it's close. It's part of the Temple Terrace USF New Tampa University Mall area, that Fowler Avenue corridor, and it's vital that we support Mosey in any way we can. Well, he's been in place for a while now. He and I have met several times. He's come up with a good strategic plan, and one of the first things that he's doing is a program involving Title I schools. And what they've done is drawn a line in a 6-mile radius around Mosey. And they've identified all the Title I elementary schools within that 6 miles. There are 20 of them. A couple of them are in Temple Terrace. Temple Terrace Elementary and Lewis Elementary are both in that circle. The other 18 are in unincorporated or in the city of Tampa. They also want to include one middle school in this project, and they've selected Greco to be that middle school. So 3 Temple Terrace schools will be impacted by this pilot program. And the program is this, and it's all grant funded except one part. And let me walk you through it, and I'll tell you the one part they don't have funding for. At Mosey's expense, they are going to have the schools pick one entire grade level at their school. And whatever grade level they pick, this will apply to all the 3rd graders or 4th graders or whichever grade level they pick. Mosey will take their instructors and go to that school and teach that entire grade level for a complete school day about issues involving science, technology, industry, those kinds of things. Then that will be their school day. Sometime a week or 2 later, they will do day 2 of this experience, and Mosey at their expense will bus all those students to Mosey. And they will do day 2 of it, of that second school day will be at Mosey, where they will spend a portion of that time running around doing what kids do at Mosey, but then the rest of the time they'll sit down and then have a school day at Mosey where their instructors will have access to the displays and all the equipment and stuff to show, to do hands-on type things. All that is funded by Mosey. When these kids leave Mosey from day 2 and get bused back to their school, they will all leave with an annual pass to come back to Mosey for up to a year. Now, so they'll go home with an annual pass, but obviously if their family brings them back, the rest of the family's gonna have to pay or buy annual passes also. So the pass will have the kids' information on one side, and on the back side, it'll have whoever sponsors that school or adopts that school. So Mosey is looking for 21 entities to pony up $1,000 each, and for $1,000, you adopt the school of your choice. And so I've been working with John to try to connect him with people that may be interested in adopting the schools. But I'd like the city to put our money where our mouth is too. And so, as you know, we have a $30,000 budget for school support grants. And I would like to ask the council to consider taking $1,000 of that $30,000 and adopting one of our 3 Temple Terrace schools who is eligible for adoption. And I think it's a good use for that money. I think it's well within the intent of what we set up when we set this program up. I think this is well within the intent. So now I have to tell you that we are not the first people to commit. We are the second that I know of. So that's the reason I'm bringing it up to you tonight, even though we've been here this long, is if I want to make sure that we get a chance to pick our school and we don't lose out.
I have a question for Gil.
Yes. So, well.
I don't have a question. I have a comment.
Yes.
I would like to see us take $3,000 out of reserve money and budget it and pick our 3 schools.
We have 7,000 left in our
From last year.
committee.
We have 7,000 left.
Yeah,
From
that's
last
what I
year.
was just,
That's what
that's
I
what
was
gonna
gonna
bring
ask
up.
you.
I asked
Yeah.
that today. That's how she.
Yeah.
Okay. So we could, one person has already committed to me that, so I've already committed them adopting rights to one of our schools.
Okay.
So the most we can do are the other 2. Or we could do one outside of the city, but
I didn't want to have to choose which one of our schools, so I'm good with 2.
But we can also do one that's in our school support, like if Pizzo is in it, we could take Pizzo, Temple
Yeah,
Terrace,
that was
and
gonna be my recommendation. We
Lewis
know
or
which
whatever.
one is, how could we pick just one? We couldn't pick just one of our schools. So why don't we just take the 3 remaining? Pizzo's in our service area, either Temple Terrace or Lewis, or whichever one in Greco, whoever wasn't picked up, I think we should pick it up and do it out of the residual from last year, because I spent 23,000 last year.
well, somebody
So
make a
if I
motion
do-
then and we'll make this happen.
Gil, please.
I'll move that we pick up the $3,000 donation towards the Mosey project, whichever schools are left out within Temple Terrace, and those monies coming from the residual of last year's grant money to the school support committee.
I second that motion.
Okay, is there discussion on the motion?
Real quick, so it's coming out of this current budget we're in with only a couple weeks to go, so
Correct.
it'll have to be spent or carried over?
Correct.
Okay.
If we can allocate it and encumber it, and then it bypasses the year-end issue.
Yeah, it can be done either way.
Yeah.
If you wanted to cut the check now, we could cut it next week, or we could
Encumber it.
restrict, encumber it, right, so that it's spent next year, but it comes out of this year.
Correct.
With council's permission, I'll work that details out with Jim.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, other discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? No nays. So Pizzo and the remaining 2 schools, and I will let you know which 2 those are. Thank you. New business, or board reports.
Board report. So the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee met this week, and I'm coming to you today with their first recommendation for council approval. And we heard a presentation from Julie Bond from Cutter at USF, and she gave us a lot of great ideas. And one of them is she teaches a course, I might not get the exact title right, but It's basically a bike-safe driver course that she's done many times, and it's specifically for municipal fleet drivers. And it's not to presuppose that there is a problem. It's a proactive course that takes an hour to do. It's no charge. So with your approval, I'd like to direct the city manager to arrange something like that with Julie Bond in order to get our, to offer this training to our municipal drivers.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss it with Dr. Spina?
I haven't. I thought it went to us, and then I thought that was the order of things. Am I wrong?
No, I just
Okay.
wondered, we're good.
Is it good? Okay.
Council, any,
Good idea.
A head shake, yes.
seems like a,
Let's do it.
you gotta walk the walk, right?
Yep.
Good. Well, thank you for bringing that up, Mary. Appreciate that. Good. Good, thank you. Other new business or board reports? City managers report.
I just have one thing quickly because, and I'll just kind of go on to what Councilwoman Abel started. I was contacted by a former student who's working on his capstone project, and they need a project to do, looking for a project, kind of serving as a consultant and helping us with an issue. And I have tentatively told him I would work with them, even though I won't be here. So I talked with Councilwoman Abel, and we're talking about doing something with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, and maybe on that kind of a thing where they can make recommendations on improvements to that, or the community.
Bike-safe community designation.
And we'll be working towards that then before I.
Wonderful.
Good.
Do you need anything from us to, or you got it, or
I
you?
think so. I think I have it, but I advised him what we were thinking about. I haven't heard back, but that'll kind of be an ongoing thing throughout the semester, ending in December, so.
Wonderful. What do you think?
Go for it.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Great idea.
That's all I have then. Thanks.
Good. Good news.
See,
both
you're
of
not
you.
going to be able to escape Temple Terrace.
City attorney's report.
I have no report tonight.
Are there other, is there other business to come before the council? Directors? They're all sitting there thinking, are you kidding me? Heck no, there's no business. Well, kill the fool who stands up. Very good. Well, we're adjourned.